Good afternoon, everyone. It's Tuesday, June 4th, just after 4 p.m. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Can I get, first of all, I'd like to welcome our newly elected member, Angus Cloud. Welcome, Angus.
Welcome, Angus.
Welcome, Angus.
And then on to business. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
On your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Ray. Aye. Connie. We are in hybrid mode, so any votes taken will be via roll call if the member who is online is participating. These are usually comments made before the beginning of the meeting, but please keep in mind that this meeting is being audio and video recorded. It's displayed on the town's YouTube page. Anything you say or display will be shared. Please act accordingly. If you'd like to record the meeting, please let the chair know in advance. You're welcome to do so, but apparently you need to let us know. With that said, I think we're pretty much caught up. Number one on the agenda is commission discussion of previously approved best practices. I put this on the agenda because I think we can do better as a group. Primarily me, but I need your support. In order to do that, we need to start more regularly following our best practices. I was going to have us, not today, because one of them is going to take 5 minutes to read and we have a big agenda I'd like to start getting through. But I was going to have us read at the beginning of each meeting one of the best practices. And I think it would be beneficial for us all and for participants, owners, applicants, agents. The first one is conduct of application hearings, and the other is supplemental application materials. Again, for today's purposes, we're not going to do that. I just want to put you guys on notice that we're going to do it. I think it'll be a good thing. The goal is that we are moving more swiftly through the hearings by focusing on determining whether applications are, the architectural elements in application are appropriate or not, and simply identifying what isn't appropriate without being redundant and moving on. Probably shave quite a bit of time off. The other, which is number 7, revisit protocol for timely submissions, is that supplemental application materials aren't going to be accepted per the best practices at the table. Creates a lot of delays and a little bit of incoherence. So I think that's one of the things we're going to want to follow through on. All that said, is there anyone who needs to recuse from consent?
Don't believe so.
Oh, you do.
But-
You do.
Oh, do I? I'm sorry. I thought I reviewed them all. Okay, so there's your answers.
So it'll be the regular board and Connie. Get a motion to approve consents.
Motion to approve consents.
On your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
I'm an aye, and Connie?
Aye.
All right, that carries. Consent with conditions, any recusals?
Appear not.
Okay, so that'll be the regular board, and is Carrie here?
No.
Okay, it'll be the regular board. Yeah, I guess it's just the regular board.
Motion to approve consent with conditions.
On your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Ray,
Aye.
and myself. There's like this, what do they call it when, I don't want to associate this. When you're missing in limit.
Phantom limb.
Phantom, like Diane is like, I'm
Oh.
like looking for Diane in a sense. It's not directly analogous, but in any event, that gets us through consent with conditions. New business, we are at 54 Main Street, solar roof. Is Tobias here? Thank you. I guess we'll,
May I ask a
yeah.
point of clarification on this one? It says view. Was there a board established? There
No.
was not. Okay. Okay, just curious. We're waiting on that anyway, right?
I'll make an announcement for individuals. My understanding is that 18 through 26 Sparks Ave is going to be held till around 6 o'clock when Joe gets here.
6:30 is what Joe said, but, we're going to wait until he shows.
6:30, but you're out at 7?
No. The thing's over at 7, so,
Oh,
no.
you wanna go
point in
now?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, so we're going to hold number 1 of old business at 5:14 until approximately 6:30, 6:45. I'm sure I'll remember when I see Linda and the group in here. That brings us to new business, 4:23, now old business. That's because it was heard? I'm not sure what that meant.
That was held for more information. You all come back.
Yeah.
Gotcha, okay. Tori, you're here with us?
Okay, the regular place.
Hey, Tori, you gotta unmute.
I guess I'm chairing this, so Tori, you need to unmute.
I think so.
Any success on that? No? Tori?
I think so. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hello? Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great.
All right, so let's see, last week it was myself, Abby, Val, Diane, Connie. How do we handle this?
Actually, it
one?
was you.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Right, because Diane wasn't
Wasn't
here. Yeah. Okay, so that's Stephen. Okay, Tori, you got the board?
Yep, I believe, let's see, Ray, Steve, Abby, Connie, is that right?
Yep. Yep, and Val.
And Val, great.
There it is. Okay, so
Okay,
let's
great.
proceed. Okay, let's
So,
proceed.
per your request, we have added the pool. The fence. We have flipped. Oh, that's the old one. I keep scrolling down. I included the old and the new and all the photographs. Should I keep talking while we're
Yes.
scrolling? So we added the fence from the corner of the house, wrapping kind of 2 full sides plus a little bit of the third side to mask it from visibility from the street. We have flipped the location of the pool and the patio per your suggestion. And with that, I believe those were all of your requests. I will defer to you for comments.
Okay,
We don't seem to have that new plan.
It's coming
searching
after the
for
photos. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I included all the photos. These are all the surrounding pools in the area.
actually.
All right, guys. Sorry, Ray.
I am, okay. Holly,
Did
I
I
think
miss
I
you?
heard you confirm that we do have the new application, because I don't see it on my pad here.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have it, although I guess what got uploaded was the original. I don't know.
Should I email it to Holly again?
No, we have it. It's just, it's not what.
Why don't you
unfortunately got
screen
pulled.
share and
Yeah.
we're going to have to take a photo of it.
Can you, I'm going to have to go back to my laptop. I'm on my phone. So could we hold till after the next application? And I'll do it.
Yeah,
Right.
guys, this is a real waste of time.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
It was
Let's move on
definitely
then. We're going to
submitted.
come back when we have information on that. We're going to come back. Do we have Ethan? Do we have Ethan? Okay. Let's keep going then. Let's go to old business of April 23rd, myself. This is Waposset Insight LLC. Who is here, actually? Maybe that's a better way to ask. Sun Wind. Act Smart, no. Uri, okay. Well, Uri is down at 38 Chuck Hollow, and that's you, back to you, Stephen. So I hate to
Okay.
hate to
No, that's
bounce
fine.
around so much, but nobody else is here, so,
All right, I just want to make a note for those that.
yeah.
I am here.
No, we know you're here. That's why it's going to Stephen.
All right, guys, so we're going to open up 38 Chuck Hollow Road, main house. All right, Yuri, when you see the site plan, why don't you get started?
Okay. So I didn't expect to be this quickly here or this early, but after last meeting, you asked about showing the existing topography, which I'm showing in red, and then the new one proposed is in black. How we are pretty much flattening the whole area around the main house and garage and going back towards the pool. And so that's one of the changes. And then the rest is on the elevations where I lowered the mass, kind of aligned the front porch with the eaves and lowered or reduced the space between above the windows and the front porch, and reduce the space pretty much above the porch and the windows on the second floor. And and also I removed the dormer on the right side on that one-story mass. And I also changed all the windows to be 2/2, and the doors are like, I think 6 light. So it's pretty much all the changes, I think.
Okay. Thank you, Yuri. Questions? Anyone? Again, it is myself, Al, Connie. Is Carrie here?
No.
Oh, so she's still on. So you're down to just so you're aware, 3-person board at this point. Is Carrie, I
Oh.
thought she was coming tonight?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Carrie is signing in, we're just not sure when.
Oh.
And she can mull in back in, so it's up to you. Apologies, I didn't click on through that Diane wasn't here. Sorry.
No, I'm
Yeah, if
Clean
it gets
the
approved, I don't care.
I think if you have a slam dunk, let's keep going. If not,
I mean, I did the changes you asked me to do, I hope.
okay, well, do you want to try and then you can have Carrie Mullen in if you need to?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, sure, let's try it.
Okay, so we're back to, does anyone have any questions? I do, you're right, it is the footprint of the prior home. Where is that? I don't see that dotted out on the site plan.
No, there was nothing before, it's empty land.
Okay, when you had mentioned what you had said that you made in red what you were changing. So I see the whole house is,
No, I meant the topography, topo lines, not the house, just the grade.
okay. And then with respect to the topo, what is the grade change at the house? And is that reflected on the application?
It is, the house is pretty much staying at the same level as it was there. I think it was, I think it's like 15 feet, we just flattened the whole grade around it. We are not raising the grade or lowering it. We're just flattening the rest of the area. So the grade is not really changing.
Okay. But there's some miscommunication here. I just want to be clear. You just said the grade isn't changing from the height it was with the house that was there. But then you said there's no difference. So I just want to understand, there was a prior existing structure here, or there is a structure there?
No, there was no structure.
No structure. Brand new house.
Brand new house.
Okay, brand new. Okay, thank you. It's also because the lead-in indicates main house roof and fenestration as opposed to a new house. So I just ask Uri, please, if we don't all have an opportunity to review in advance, the description needs to be accurate, okay?
Yeah,
So for instance, this is a new house, right?
it's a new house. Yeah,
Okay, and the garage, the next one is a new garage.
yeah,
Okay, so new includes roof and fenestration. Let's go with new. Thank you. Okay, who
yeah,
would like?
yeah. We have it
I
on
can
the plans
start.
also saying new two-story dwelling.
Connie?
Mr.
Val.
Chair, I can start.
Abby, you're actually not on this.
Okay. Okay. Well, I was gonna say things very nice.
Okay, thank
I'll
you.
go. I appreciate the changes, and I just want to reiterate to not just you, Uri, but every applicant, it's imperative to have all the information with revisions, old business, everything, which includes photos and any previous information like the application to go along with it. So that's just an aside. I think the changes you made are positive. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Connie?
Yeah, I have to agree. I appreciate the changes. Also, I'm still slightly concerned about the east elevation and all the fenestration, but I think that faces the back of the lot. But other than that, I think it's looking good.
Thanks, Connie. Okay, I got nothing to add. What about a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted,
Okay.
noting that some of the information on the application will have to be changed, like heights and grade and window changes.
The drawings, your motion is to approve subject to the application being revised to track the approved drawings.
Correct.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Oh, can I
will you write
ask
that on
quickly
this?
what to clarify?
I'm
what do
sorry,
I need
Uri,
to-
what's that?
Just wanted to clarify what actually do I need to add or change?
You
Like,
you
do I
need,
need to add something as a staff approval or something?
hold on, I'll tell you. The motion is with the condition that the drawings are revised, or I'm sorry, the application is revised to track the heights on the drawing. So there's been a change, so update the application, and that's all that's required. Okay?
Okay,
Yeah, and it's through staff,
thank you.
but,
Good stuff, yeah.
okay, let's
Okay.
move on to the garage, please.
Yeah, I'll wait for it to show, I guess.
So it's not
But-
an exhibit A, it's just,
With the garage. Because I'm waiting until I see it on screen, right?
Are you driving or is he? Yeah, go to the elevations on the garage. So you're right, same board, just give us a moment, we pull up the drawing.
Yeah. So on the garage, I reduced or removed those overhanging second floor parts and changed it or added as a partially a roof or like deck, second floor deck with a roof. And on the front south elevation, I added a little roof over the garage doors. Reduce the fenestration on that south elevation from 2 double windows to single windows, and then the rest is kind of from the back or not visible. Still, I changed to shed dormer, and it was all based on the changes of changing the second floor overhang to make it work. So there is pretty much some second floor massing changes and fenestration, and made it look, or made it smaller, made it, I think, a second, 23 feet 6 tall from the grade.
Okay. Thank you. Questions, anyone? Same board, Dale, Connie.
I'll go. I
Concerns?
appreciate the changes again. Thank you very much. And the same will be true for this. Just change the application to reflect what you've changed.
On the drawings.
Okay.
Okay. Connie, any concerns?
No concerns.
How about a motion?
A motion to accept as,
Approved
Stephen,
subject to the
sorry.
prior motion?
Stephen,
Yeah?
before your motion, I just happened to notice that oh, never mind. I thought the windows.
Abby, is that you?
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought the windows were still 6/6. Never mind.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you're not actually on this, that's why I didn't call on you.
I know,
Okay, no, just to be clear for the record,
motion to approve with the prior
motion,
caveat.
subject to the prior motion, okay. On your motion, Connie?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Great, thanks. That brings us back to
Thank you.
54 Main Street,
Yep.
Axmart, and that's going to be regular members or elected members. We're all kind of regular.
Which one?
Good evening, Tobias, 54 Main Street.
Thank you, Chairman Welch. I thought this was going to be on a view, so I thought you might want to view it. But I might be understanding how the agenda works, but I'm happy to present.
Sure,
if you
so
would
it
like.
was on a view, so everyone hopefully went and viewed it.
Okay.
So that when you showed up tonight, we were ready to discuss it.
Okay, great, thank you. So this building is it used to be Petticoat Road, now it's Born and Bred Bakery. It's on Center Street. Remain Nantucket is the owner of it, and we're looking at doing solar.
No,
Wait,
that's Center Street.
No, this is on Main and Orange.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's two in front of you, so we skipped, I guess we skipped ahead. So this is Mitchell's Bookstore, 54 Main Street, I apologize.
No, it's fine.
54 Main Street, this is the backside of Mitchell's Bookstore. It's on a black roof. Remain is doing all that they can to go solar. They asked me to present this. I felt like it did meet your guidelines and the fact that it is on the backside of a building. It's on a black roof. And there's a large building, the Nantucket Bank, or now Rockland Bank, is right next to it. And then there's also a large elm tree right by it. And so I just thought it would be a great project and a great opportunity to work with the board to get a little solar downtown along the lines with what we've already approved further up Main Street. And these are just slightly visible panels. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Holly, first of all, any questions, anyone?
I have one
Ray?
to the applicant. Could you just remind us slightly where up Main Street? So it's like the one slightly up Main Street,
So if you turn to go up Orange Street,
yes?
this would be on your left.
Well, no, I get that, Tobias, but didn't you just say as your concluding thing, you said it's like the one further up?
Like 134 Main Street past the monument.
On the residential stuff?
On the residential side, or
Okay.
very similar to there was a recent one on Cliff Road that the board approved
Okay.
on an 1800s house, just in line with that.
Okay. Anything else, Ray?
No, that's it.
Any other questions?
I have one.
Val?
On the plan that shows where the panels are going, is that it doesn't appear to be, that's the roof line. Is that an interior division in the building? It just was a little confusing to me.
Could you, sorry, Val, could you just,
Yeah, we could scroll down to,
oh, yes, Val, I believe I know what you're saying. The building is, there's a line on like the GIS ownership map, is that what you're referring to in the green there? It doesn't show the whole building. The building's owned by two separate entities. So the building itself is owned by two different entities. The building, imagine this building is just cut in half.
one more. Right there.
Yeah.
I was under the impression at first that was the roof line, but I think I figured it out.
Yeah, so you can't see the further back side of the roof because it's owned by a separate entity. The building is literally cut in half. Remain owns the corner that is Mitchell's.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. Any others? Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is an individually significant structure built after the Great Fire of 1846. The roof color wasn't indicated, but obviously looks to be black, maybe 3-tab, which is consistent with your guidelines. It is on the main block of the roof as there's no additive massing. It is a square, essentially, and will be seen on Orange Street, but it's noted one won't be driving down to see it. You're going to be driving up, if you will. You only see it if you're walking. As far as the noting of having solar within the OHD, there has been applications approved on historic structures within the OHD. Tobias mentioned the one at 134, I think. That one, it was a bungalow. It's elevated up higher, and I believe that there was a mock-up that was done before you all approved it. That might be something that the board may be inclined to asking for. Other than that, I would just respectfully request, if the commission does want to approve this evening, that the date of the construction is added to the COA. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Mickey, does your group have anything, and please identify it?
Yes, we do, Stephen. I think your mic might be off too, but and this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group, which includes myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader, Sandy Kendall, and we now have Diane Coombs joining our group. And just possibly worth noting, we have actually 4 former members of the HTC in our group. Now, regarding the application, obviously this is going to be visible from Orange Street. There was a suggestion in our group that maybe if you eliminated the first 2 rows or columns, I guess, vertical columns, then it would be much less visible. You'd just get a glimpse of the corner of this array. And as Holly suggested, maybe mocking this up with some, plywood or something on the roof to see how visible it is might be worth trying. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Who'd like to begin? Regular board.
I can.
Ray.
So it's interesting that this, I think we all know what Remain's function is on Nantucket. This is a very prominent historic building. I understand why they're going for the panels, of course, out of anyone going for them. This is probably the most likely organization to be doing it. I do think Holly's correct, obviously, that orange is one way out. That's good. Roof is black. That's good. It looks as if you've justified it as far over to that inward chimney that's between you and your neighbor, the contiguous neighbor. Looks like it's pushed as far over that way as possible. If not, I would suggest doing so. But the idea, given this building is like right at the, the nexus of downtown Nantucket, I think that we should, at a minimum, put up plywood with whatever, I think is it a 4-inch sandwich?
Yeah,
You
usually.
had told me
Yeah, usually.
maybe 4 inches. Black plywood, black everything the way it's going to be, and just lay it on top of the roof so that we can really get a good sense of what sort of impact it will have. It's mainly going to be for pedestrians walking into town from Orange Street that are seeing this. That's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Ray. Who's next?
I can go if
Abby?
no one else is ready.
Go ahead, Abby.
I don't seem to have a problem with this. It's pretty high up. You're leaving town. Maybe a pedestrian might catch it way up on the other side. I really don't have a problem with it. I sometimes wonder if just seeing a corner of it isn't worse than seeing more of it. So I'm okay with this. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Angus?
I agree with the things that have been said by Holly, the advisory group, Ray. This is a major intersection of Orange Street and Main Street. And I think that the photograph that's provided is fairly represented. You can see a good significant portion of the roof. I thought that the closer, in viewing it, I thought the closer you would get to Main Street, the more that southwest corner would obstruct the view. But you're able to maintain a view of the face of the roof, all the way back to the far gable end of that roof. So you can see the roof in its entirety if you're looking at it the whole way. So those are my comments. I would only suggest that in the mock-up that there's a high gloss added to the black. So
We can
that-
use a high gloss paint.
So that you can feel what that reflective surface is going to do on the plane.
Okay, thanks,
Thank
Angus.
you.
Val?
I agree with what's been said. I see there's a pipe there and some other things on the roof, which I'm assuming won't be gone.
He just did sign language to say he's getting rid of that.
Oh, well, I was thinking if it's starting where that pipe is and going toward the back, that was actually good. And
Yeah,
it
that-
looks like that's what's represented in your,
Yeah, our intent, if you look at the plans, the intention was to be about 3 feet off the roof.
right,
I'm not going to be exact, but
okay.
within,
So-
within reason, we weren't trying to push it right to the edge. It's not a historic roof material, so we felt like it was appropriate.
Anything else, Val?
No,
Okay. Yeah, Angus, I'm with the board here. I think for me, though, I would add, the idea of a mock-up, I think, is important in the old historic districts as a simple matter of practice. And I think that it's fair to ask for the sake of consistency. I think in this instance, it may also give us an idea. I'm not suggesting it will be an idea I have, but as an example, some type of where you traditionally on a roof have a fascia or a rake, a fascia material on either a rake or an eave. For that 4-inch height, someone may suggest an inexpensive copper flashing, which will patina up and it gives it an older look versus not only having the shiny material on the
edge.
angled but horizontal plane, but it would eliminate perhaps that new look on the vertical plane. So I don't know what I'll make of it. Once I see it in place, I'll have a better idea, but I support the idea of a mock-up. Ray?
Well, I was going to make a motion, but as part of the motion, rather than send it back into Never Never Land for 3 or 4 months, I would, as part of my motion, I would like to say that as soon as the mock-up is in place, that we hear it the following Tuesday. Like if you're able to get it up this weekend and notify the staff that we can hear this and move it along.
Yeah.
I think, may I?
Yeah, please.
Just one maybe parameter on that. What would the
Okay.
deadline be for staff to have it heard on any given Tuesday? The Friday before, the Thursday before?
Mr. Chair, preferably the Thursday before would be preferable, so that way we can make sure we have
So you give us a
everything in
few
a
days to
row.
lead up, that's all. Okay, just wanted clarification. On your motion?
Aye.
Anything to add?
Nothing, well, I think I
can I just-
added it.
you know,
So,
that
so
sounds-
my motion, just to be clear, my motion is to do a mock-up, as has been discussed among the members, potential revisions if you feel like there's any leeway there, and to have it heard the following Tuesday after it's delivered to staff, no later than Thursday, week before. Is that what we decided? Okay, so that's my motion.
Okay, on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
I'm an aye.
Val?
aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Carries unanimously. Thanks, Tobias.
Thank you.
Steve, one last thought. What about like on that edge, you mentioned like a copper. What about just like a natural to weather wood? Would that
Could
be something?
Yeah.
Just to put something up just to give, you know, I'm not
Yeah.
gonna put copper up, obviously,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
just to give
Yeah,
something
I'm not
along
thinking
those
something
lines.
shiny bright like a new penny, but because it's a brick material, so that's a nice typical type of material
I
to see. But it may not even be appropriate at all, but yes.
Okay,
Could
thank
be
you.
an option. Okay, that moves us on to Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have, I think, folks for 2 Quarter Mile Hill, and then we also have Tim Holmes from Sunwind.
Okay,
the
and did
queue.
we get anywhere with 21 Field Ave? I just,
Tori, are you all set?
okay, let's go to 2 Quarter Mile Hill, and that's back to you, Ray.
Okay, 2 Quarter Mile Hill, Ethan. There's Ethan. Okay.
Hello.
Myself, Abby, Val, Connie, Joe. Now, Joe's not here yet, Ethan. He should be here by 6:30. Do you feel like you could move forward with 4-member board, you know, the old?
I think so. I mean, I think everybody would probably like to move it along if possible. So we're prepared to move. Yeah.
Okay, 4-person board, as stated, let's move forward with.
Okay. As requested, actually, by Commissioner Paul, but we went back and looked at some of the aerials. So that was one aspect that we hadn't really looked at that in depth prior. Additionally, we provided a couple additional photos that weren't included in the original packet for historical context. It might be helpful actually if we scroll to all the way to the top, the beginning of the document. Keep going up and up and up. Okay, all right. So this is the first kind of like best historical photo of Quarter Mile Hill. There's 125 Main. That house obviously doesn't exist anymore, but this is in the 1880s. Again, this was provided in the previous packet, but clearly a sort of a dirt kind of cart path. On the next sheet, again, another good photo of the house. Can't really see Quarter Mile Hill beyond the fence, but safe to say that's it's a stone dust sidewalk and dirt. Main Street's still dirt here. Scroll to the next one. Again, just a little more context. Upper Main Street, this is right across the street, looking back towards the monument, still dirt 1910. Keep scrolling. And then here's just a contrast. Again, still dirt 1860, obviously, but this is 123 Main Street. Quarter Mile Hill is right behind where the horse-drawn carriage is in the 1860 photo, and then right on the corner of the house in 1960. Again, hard to see the paving, just to give you a little context, though, of what even just Main Street kind of was like back then. The next set of slides are the aerials, which we didn't have in the previous packet. These actually we were able to zoom in pretty good. There's really good resolution photos now on the NHA website. So it's hard to see, but the area is circled on the larger aerial. And then, of course, we've zoomed into Quarter Mile Hill and the way adjacent to it. So you can see 1940s aerial survey. Scroll up a little bit, you'll see the way. So this is the unnamed way that was essentially used as sort of a historical guidance when they were redoing this Quarter Mile Hill. And then you can see Quarter Mile Hill here. I mean, clearly both are either sand. I don't know if they put shell down at this point, but it's definitely not cobble. If we scroll to the next slide, you can see, okay, so this is a little later. This is like, it's labeled 1957, could be 1959, but it's a little bit later. Again, great photo. You can still see it's really this sort of like, tire path with grass in between, which, seems to be an indication of whether it's shell or sand. So certainly up until the 1960s, it was shell or sand based on these photos. Again, it's a very similar context to the unnamed way, which we know has always been shell. And let's see, if you don't mind scrolling to the next one. Okay, so then this is just a comparison. So a little bit more context to give you. We didn't get this information in time to include with the submission packet, but the Ernsts got back to us. So the Ernsts have the property that's to the north, and they're one of the people or the groups that share the access to this. So they purchased, I think it's 11 Lowell Place technically, which is that sort of upside down T-shaped dwelling. That's their main house, and then the one that's a little bit lower, that's 11 Lowell Place, over to the right. Sorry, the other direction, the other right, I guess. Yep. So that used to be a separate property, which they purchased in 1989. They referred us to the deed, which says that that structure is abutting a private shelled way. Their recollection is that their dad started putting in the cobbles sometime thereafter to kind of fill in potholes. So anecdotally, the cobbles started appearing probably in, the late 80s, early 90s. So, again, we just want to give a little bit more context. This is the shell with the cobble apron with the flagstone paving is a very common way to sort of pave these ways, which are private ways. We also pulled the historic surveys. All the historic surveys for these properties refer to this as a private way in that when the structures are visible, they are 200 feet from a public way, being Main Street, or 100 feet or 300 feet. So this was never intended to be a road, something that people are pulling down. Again, very similar to the ways right around it. Also Howard Court, there's a private unnamed way on Vessel Street, Boyer's Alley, Ray's Court, Cottage Court. These are all very similar examples that are all a shell, dead end, sort of like, 10-foot wide private way. Again, I just want to give a little bit more kind of context in terms of the potential appropriateness or inappropriateness of the cobble material. I don't know the cobble, while it was kind of nice, I don't know that it was historically what was there. I mean, certainly it's been sand and dirt for the longest amount of time. So I think that's all I've kind of got for new information.
Okay, so essentially, Ethan, you're holding your ground, hoping that the historic precedent will trump what we said last time.
I would argue probably it's the charter of the board that the historic precedent kind of trumps, personal opinion on the cobbles,
Okay,
but.
all right, fair enough. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the 1880s photo shows cobblestone at the beginning of the driveway. Can't really see it anything further, and I do appreciate the historic photos that were provided. Still hard to really tell the material. And then I did note, I'm always frequently looking at Sanborn maps, that the 1923, 1949 Sanborn Churn maps just shows Quarter Mile Hill, but it's just noted. It doesn't indicate whether or not, privately or doesn't even give the name like Howard Court does. So from the aerial photographs, it's clear that it shows it's a track. What that material is unclear. I would still give the opinion that cobblestones are more historically appropriate. And in that reference, whatever the material is, maybe having it with a grass strip down the middle. The full-on shell gives it a very, very contemporary look, and if you compare it, contrast to the aerial photography. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Mickey?
Yeah, our comments are going to be similar to what Collie just said, that it doesn't seem to be terribly clear when the cobblestones originated on this little lane. But historically, it's been kind of a tracked road with grass down the middle. I think it's fairly safe to say the cobblestones have been there for at least 50, maybe 75 years, which I would think would be long enough to make it considered historic. We came up with sort of a reasonable compromise that we thought might be acceptable, would be to restore the cobblestones with a grass strip in the middle for the first, say, 100 feet of the way, and then convert it to natural colored pea stone beyond that. If you're looking from Main Street, you probably won't really distinguish the difference between cobblestones versus natural pea stone. So we would much prefer to see cobblestones remain, at least for the beginning of this road. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Holly.
We do have the neighbors, or the part of the neighbors that are involved with this application, their hands raised in the Zoom that like to speak. So I have,
See, who would that be?
I have Tom Rhodes and Story Jones.
Mr. Rhodes, I see that your hand is raised. If you could unmute, we'll hear what you have to say.
Good afternoon, good evening. I'd actually like Story to start. She gives the best context. She's the better person to start, and then I'll add my comments after if I can.
I'm sorry, who was the better person?
Story Jones, who also has their hand raised. She had her hand raised first.
Don't. Okay.
You hear me? Hello?
Yes, there you
Hi.
are. Go ahead.
Hi there. So I did want to provide some context. I live at 2 Quarter Mile Hill, and earlier you referred to this as the 2 Quarter Mile Hill project, but it's the Quarter Mile Hill project. There are 5 houses on the lane. And just, I think it would be helpful to give you a little context. You know, it's important to know this is not an elective design project. This was not change or spending money for change's sake. I'm a year-round resident, and the Estebans, which is the house you're actually looking at on the screen as well, are year-round, and they're elderly year-round residents with full-time care. And last March, I had sewage backing up into my basement and called the DPW to come out and see what the problem was. And as soon as they identified the clog and the failing pipe, they drove away and said, "It's your problem. It's a private road." So suffice it to say, we have spent a year, 5 neighbors, and $180,000 so we can flush our toilets. And I'm quite serious about that. None of this was, oh, let's change the cobbles. This was a major infrastructure project. It literally took a year with all of the worry about not being able to live here. We had to put in a bypass for the Estebans because they couldn't move. I had to vacate the property for a while. So all of this work could be done. And when we went back to restore the road, to be honest with you, everyone laughed at me when I was trying to figure out how to recobble the road. And I just want to anecdotally tell you that it was roughly cobbled 35 years ago, so nowhere near 75 or 80. And it was poorly done and almost impassable given the truck traffic. And it had been told to us that a lot of the contribution to the failing pipe, not only age, but also truck traffic, is because of the condition of the road. So frankly, we were relieved when we could remove these stones that were very carelessly placed. You know, they'd been there for a little while, and we all love the charm of cobbled roads, but this was not a perfectly, beautifully cobbled street that needed to be replaced. So from a cost perspective, it's just prohibitive for us to try to recobble it. And we really tried very hard to be very much in keeping with, as Ethan pointed out, all of the other lanes and roads near us. We took extreme care in cobbling the apron. Before it was not even close to ADA compliant. We raised the level. Wannacomet Water in all of their intelligence placed a manhole in the center. So we couldn't even restore the crosswalk so that you could cross. So we had to work up around it. And we put a finger hole so they can remove a stone to access it, but have a very flush, you know, apron. So we're actually very proud of what we've done to try to, again, $180,000 later so that we can all flush the toilet, access this road. Now, the modern comment, I can kind of appreciate.
Sorry, let's, I think there's a few people that want to speak, so if you could kind of
Okay,
wrap it
but
up.
I'm going to wrap
We
it
do get the
up.
point, though.
But the modern approach, I just want to say, the shells are brand new, and that's just, I think, a result of them having just been poured. And we've just finished this project. So I do think that will over time begin to dissipate and look a little bit like all the other ones near us.
I think you're right. Thank you very much for your comments. Now, who else would like to speak on this before it goes to the board?
This is Thomas Rhodes, board. I'm 125, so I am at the space to the left of the house that you're seeing here. I'm here to both attest the hard work that Story did, the fact that we had to coordinate 5 neighbors, of which the house on the right, the Estebans, are elderly, and actually, unfortunately, Fernando passed away last week on the right house. It was incredibly difficult. No one had the money, no one had the resources, and it was sort of a health crisis. And so we all had to find ways to do it, and I'm grateful to Story what she's done. And we have consensus from all the owners in prior emails for the prior meeting, reflecting the fact that there was a shell lane for the entry of the 2 homes at the north side of the lane. And so you have consensus of all neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Anyone else? Was it just the 2? Just those 2 people? Okay. All right. We've heard.
Could I ask you a question to
Ethan?
Yeah, I
Yes,
can't, so who is your client and what do they want to do? Do they just want to leave it? Is it is it an as-built or what are we trying to decide here?
Ethan.
That's an excellent question. So we did the little cottage for the Rhodes family on 125 Main. So that's sort of our connection to this. I think someone from the town had reached out to Story after the work had been completed in say, I think April of this year. And it sounded like they might need some professional assistance just kind of putting an application even together. There is no specific applicant. There is no specific owner. I guess I'm here representing the lane, Quarter Mile Hill. I'm not sure. I'm just really, I want to provide a little bit more context for you guys.
Abby, and part two of your question was if they want to leave it the way it is, which is shell, and the answer is yes.
I think, yeah, more work is probably not in their.
Okay. Abby, does that satisfy?
Yeah, I just couldn't, I'm trying to figure out which side I'm on. And so, but now I think that for the moment, I would be, if I could go ahead and finish.
You certainly can.
Okay, so I would just keep what's there now and maybe eventually down the lane when people get richer, we could do the cobblestones all the way or a combination of grass and cobble, more country-like, if they, come back again. But for now, I'm fine with what they've done, and it sounds like a hectic story. So, but I think the apron looks fantastic. So,
Okay.
bravo.
All right, Abby, thank you. Let's see,
Chair.
Connie, Val,
I have another hand raised as well.
who's ready?
Yeah,
Oh, there is?
Stephanie has her hand raised.
Okay, Stephanie, do you have something additional to add that hasn't already been said?
Yeah, just a slightly different perspective of
Okay.
Main Street resident. I'm Stephanie Bradford of 128 Main. There's been so much unfortunate change along this stretch with the brand new, very, you can see it in this photo, the new shingles of the new cottage right along Main Street there, with its very modern dormers overlooking the street. And of course, what we all know is happening over on
Sorry, Stephanie, we're having like incredible difficulty understanding what you're saying.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Well, kind of, but it's very muffled.
Okay.
Maybe just speak slower, too.
Hello?
Sorry.
Go for it. Stephanie?
Yes, hi. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I was just going to just add a different perspective that so a neighbor across the street at 128 Main, there's been so much change on that block with the brand new cottage that's gone up. We never received any notice of that. I guess we're technically not abutters, even though we looked directly at it. It's very modern dormers and right overlooking the street, very visible.
We're actually talking about the Shell Drive.
Because just it's just in the context of how much change has happened there. I think it would be nice to maintain some of the original streetscape of that block. And so I would hope that, even if it's just the beginning of the driveway, that they can maintain the same cobblestones.
No, that's not the original streetscape. The original streetscape, everybody agrees, was dirt. So when it changed to cobblestones is the question.
Right, I think in all of our lifetimes, the streetscape that we all.
No, the streetscape apparently changed 35 years ago, according to the neighbors. And I saw a photograph from 1960 that showed it as shell or dirt. But thank you for your comments. So now we're going to get back to board members. Val, Connie.
I am okay with this application. I know it's an as-built by virtue of what happened, but I think given the context of the other ways it seems appropriate.
Okay.
And they're keeping the cobble as the apron, which is the most important.
Thank you. Connie?
I concur with that statement.
And I'm just going to add, the as-built, this as-built part of this is interesting because first it was a way that we thought was maybe a town-owned way, but it's not. It sounds like it's an abutter's way. That's got to be what it is. It's not owned by an individual, it's owned by the abutters, okay, which is fairly common on Nantucket. So who actually applies? Like all 5 neighbors, apply? That's the applicant?
At the suggestion of staff, we did just put 2 initially, but we took that off subsequently off the title block because, again, I didn't want to create a situation where we're
It's,
somehow legally
confusing.
I agree. We didn't, staff wasn't even sure how to there's no map and parcel, for instance. There's nothing.
Right. So, this is one of those kind of residual parcels that exist all over this island and, they can be frustrating, but I just don't think the onus of the applying falls to any one person on an abutter's way. So having said that, I'm okay with this, particularly given that I'm pretty sure that I saw a photograph from 1960 that showed the way as dirt. But the other interesting thing is I'm pretty sure showed Main Street as asphalt. Did it not?
To me, it looked very dusty in the 1957 photo. So I wasn't
Maybe
sure if it
was
was
dust,
asphalt or
but
what.
it didn't look like cobblestones to me.
It did not.
Yeah.
Go to the aerial.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's 1860.
That's
And
18.
look, okay, so look here. That's not cobblestone. That's
asphalt.
asphalt. 1960 Main Street was asphalt.
It might have been under construction when they did the yellow brick.
That's possible because this is in the area where it's yellow brick and not cobblestone. So, yes. Anyway, so I'm okay with this. So should we move this? Anyone care to do the honors? Okay. Connie has made a motion to approve as submitted. On that motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Connie? And I'm in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see where we are. So that was quarter mile. Mr. Chair, do we know where we are with Link?
I'm right here. She just walked in.
Oh, okay, so why don't we just return to that and I'll just stay on. So it's myself, Abby, Val, Stephen, Connie. Okay.
Thank you for the podium, Matt. Okay, so let me see if I can pull this up in screen share. Yeah, I'm just pulling it up, yeah. Hold on, I gotta get. Yeah, take your time. Thank you. Now it's all yours. And I have to get on Zoom first, right? I get Zoom on my computer, yes?
Yep. Is that your fabulous podium?
Yes. Very helpful.
You should be able to share.
Got it going, Tori?
I'm just trying to get onto, so we, as discussed prior, have accommodated the suggestions you made. We've added a fence from the corner of the house on the south side.
Tori, sorry. We don't have this stuff on our laptops, right?
No, so then I need to connect to Zoom, and that's what I'm in the middle of doing.
Okay, so let's hold the narrative until we get that up.
Sure. Do you want to go to the next application while I do all that? So we keep moving?
Okay, let's see. How long is that going to take
I don't
there?
think it'll take long, I'm just trying to.
Okay, let's wait then.
Okay.
Like to do some semblance of a linear review.
So I'll tell a John McLaughlin story while we're waiting.
Oh, that would be great.
So Sundays I used to
Let me
drive.
get the campfire going first.
Yeah, Sundays I used to drive around with John, not every Sunday, but enough Sundays. And we went by Academy Hill once. He said, that used to be a shoe factory. He said, then they turned it into a school, but there were still heels coming out of it.
No, it wasn't really a shoe
I
factory.
think it was.
No way.
You never knew.
Oh, that's incredible.
That's what he
I
said.
mean, if it was.
Yeah.
On Liberty. That's Liberty. Yeah. Yeah. I know where you, yeah. That's amazing. Good story.
They say you live only so long as someone remembers your name, so I'm doing my part for Johnny.
Well, I feel like I want to,
Do something else?
yeah. Let's see.
Is Tim here? Do you guys want
For
to,
Sun Wind,
yeah, shift gears?
cannot sit on this.
on what?
Is it 108?
Yeah.
Well, you're not on the board. It's old business.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
All right, so we moving to Tim now? Tim left.
Oh, my God.
This, somebody pinched me. Is this like a nightmare I'm having?
Like a bad movie.
Yeah. Tim left. Okay. Come on down. Use this one. We're going to go to Act Smart at 89 Bartlett. Everybody here,
Tobias.
89
Tobias.
Bartlett Road, this is for the Nantucket Historical Association.
your board, Tobias, is myself, Stephen, Abby, not Diane, and Val. You good with that?
Sounds good. Any board is a great board. Got a great team up here.
Okay.
You say that now.
All right, so
No, always.
I want to repeat that we are now on 89 Bartlett Road. We're going to come back when Tori's up and running. Okay, hit it.
Great. So the last time I presented this to the board, there were some comments from Val about moving all of the panels onto that main mass. And you see how they kind of jig-jag around. That's because that other mass is coming into the
Right.
structure. And then she suggested having a smaller cluster moved over as far as possible to the right, or at least that's what I heard. And then there was this.
Can I just
Yes.
ask you something? Did you say Val made those comments?
Val made those comments.
It's interesting because Val is not on this. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought you said you weren't. Okay, sorry, continue.
And then there was some talk about, you're planting some trees on the front of that bottom left corner, to the left of the driveway to assist in some additional screening. This isn't a industrial structure. It houses a large number of historic artifacts for the Nantucket Historical Association, and they are looking to save as much money to protect this building and keep the AC running. It is really quite an amazing heritage. And that's pretty much all I got for you. Happy to put in some screening to the left of the driveway that was mentioned, a tree or two that was also mentioned.
Okay.
That's all I
got. Tobias, thank you. Who wants to begin the discussion? Myself, Stephen, Abby, Val.
I will.
Thanks, Val. Oliver.
If some screening is put in that will eventually, just mitigate those panels, I'm okay with this. It's way back off the road, and they have tried to move as many as they can. I appreciate that, given the, yeah.
Okay, Val has spoken. Now we got Abby and Stephen.
Go to the site plan, please. No, I think I'm good. Abby, you want to go? Or you want me to go?
Oh, sure, I can go. So I'm looking from a golfer's point of view, and I think if there were trees to mitigate that from the golf course, I'd be fine with it.
Sounds good.
Okay,
We love trees.
all right. So there's Abby. Stephen?
Un momento. Is that? No, it's over here. But this is all parking area here.
Yeah, it's all like industrial parking.
And do you know why this is differentiated?
Th- I don't. It's basically all you see is asphalt. There's like a little kind of green space there. But it's not as big as it used to be.
Planting.
Yeah, that's okay. So my thoughts are that this structure, I think you can get a twofer, right? You can get screening to mitigate the visual aspect, and you can get some screening. Some of that screening can serve as a solar gain block for the dwelling in the front. And what I mean by that is if you were to plant a deciduous tree, say, here or here, and then you have one somewhere here. So this is gonna help, one of these is gonna help to mitigate view,
Yeah.
and it's gonna help cut down on the solar gain on this house during the summer. Another one somewhere over in here is gonna create a line of sight through the driveway, and another tree in here is gonna help cut down on solar gain on the structure and also break up the visual plane. That's opposed to just like planting a row of trees across the front of the street.
Yeah,
The
I thought
further back, the more effective.
Yeah.
our thought was mainly doing it, closer to the road because, it kind of creates a little keyhole, but happy to hear your feedback. And the other thing is, Val, you had mentioned you wanted the panels pushed as far to the right. Is that correct? Or do you want them pushed to the, I thought it was odd when I went there. I felt like they should be pushed to the left as much as possible, but
But then they're in
more,
then they're more visible, I think.
yeah, okay.
Where they are is better. And this is the secondary mass on the structure too, so that helps.
Also true.
So go ahead,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
go Stephen. No.
I was just gonna, if we're good, I kind of get the wind in which way you were gonna go with this, so I'll make a motion when you're ready.
Please do.
So I'll make a motion to approve, subject to Exhibit A, and Exhibit A will show 3 deciduous trees, general areas for planting 3 deciduous trees.
Okay, that sounds good. Stephen, thank you for the motion. On that motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Great. Val?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so you got that one there. Okay, Tobias?
Thank you very graciously.
All right. Tim is back. Let's go to Tim. So 108 Surfside Road. And this one you're not on. Okay, that was my error. Right. Okay. Tim? Tim? The elusive Tim.
He had his hand raised.
This is like back in COVID days.
There's a new COVID strain. Flirt.
Is Tim really not with us?
I'm here.
Ah,
Hello, everyone.
just stick with us for a moment.
All right. And my
Although
battery is
you got
inside.
you got some background noise.
Okay. That
Yeah,
better?
Shut off the TV or whatever you're watching there.
I'm driving.
Oh, okay. All right, so Tim, the board, myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane's off, and Connie. Got it? Ray, Stephen, Abby, Connie. Go for it.
Good evening, everyone. This is a new structure, new house, single family on Surfside. And we are looking to put solar panels, all black, on a black roof on the front of the house. It is set back. The only visibility really is where the driveway is existing. I spoke with the owner earlier this week. I believe they submitted to HDC a new driveway plan. They want to curl the driveway in a bit more to some extent to reduce the visibility, and to go with their new garage that they're also building, which is between the house and Surfside.
Okay, well, Tim, yeah, thanks. It looks to me, I'm looking at a photograph that I believe was taken from Surfside Road where you can like squarely look in and see like 100% of the roof. Am I mistaken?
Yeah, at that at right now during construction that is, and the last image was a site plan, which I believe they're moving the driveway over. I'm not sure I guess that would be to the east a bit. So the new driveway plan, that area where the driveway exists now will be vegetated and the driveway comes in further over. And then more plantings in the middle of the front yard, so it will help to screen it even more.
All right. Well, okay, let me put it to the board and see what they have to say about this, okay, Tim? I'll take that as a yes. So, board members should know this. Myself, Stephen, Abby, Connie. Who would like to begin?
Can I ask, did you mention is the roof black, did you say?
I'll be able to tell you in a second,
Looks
because you can
grayish
see
black.
100%. It looks dark gray.
Could I get some clarification?
Hang on, I want to make sure that Connie got, so it says black. You see the picture, right, of the roof?
It does look dark gray.
Okay. Abby, clarification, go.
Yeah, the applicant said something about changing the driveway.
Yeah.
Could you show me on that? So I'm looking at that picture that's on the screen right now. I see the gray and looking at that house, like, boom, right on the front of the house. Is that correct?
Yeah.
But somebody said the driveway might be moving. Where would it move to?
Well, I think this is the moved driveway. I think that they
Oh.
have it like a little bit more serpentine than it was originally.
All right, well, for me, the front of a dwelling like this, I don't think this is a good precedence. I think that even though we say in perpetuity and all of these things, keep the vegetation, blah, 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 you know, this is gonna look bad if we were to lose the vegetation, and I don't think we can always depend on that. So I would not be in favor of this array. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, thanks. So that leaves Stephen and Connie.
I can go.
Go ahead, Connie.
I have to agree, this is the front of the house, even with moving the driveway, I think this would still be the front of the house, and I would not be in favor of the solar on the front of the house.
Okay, Connie, thank you. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to go with the board on this. Unless this were a complete revamp of the driveway and some evergreen materials, Scotch pines, black pines were installed, it's inconsistent with our guidelines, and it would be difficult to approve other than for those reasons, and it does appear that there's a little bit of space on the ground for a ground array, which
Good point.
could be utilized as a outdoor space. You know, it doesn't have to be 5 feet off the ground. It can be 8 feet off the ground and be a great place to gather underneath and so on and so forth. Those, Tim, those, your downpipes, the structural pipes, those can be cased in, much like a downspout encases a cedar box encases a downspout. Those could be made to be disguised, correct? Is he there? It was a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer it. I think there's some opportunity for some revisions. Okay.
He's gone. Oh, brother. Okay, so let's just move for revisions, I think, at this point. Is that all right? Is that safe? I should, just for the record, I'll say that seeing the totally bare site is alarming to me. And I would, my advice to Tim and his clients would be vegetate first, then come back. And if we can't see the roof through the black pines, then we're good, then we're safe. But right now, what if we get little whips of black pines there, you know, that don't cover the roof? Then we got a problem. So I think out of deference to Tim, we should just hold for revisions.
Okay, so moved.
Okay, Stevens moved for revisions. On that motion, Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Stephen?
All right.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so there's that. Okay.
Opposite?
Do we have somebody for Wapossit? What? Okay, Tori?
Yep.
If it's not ready, this is your last chance. You will go to the back, the end of the meeting. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. There we go. So now we're going to return to 21 Field Avenue. Board. Myself, Abby, Val, Connie. Let's go.
So I'm just looking for how to share.
You need to accept panelist.
I did. I'm in.
Decline it.
I'm in. It's right now.
Okay. I wasn't kidding.
I have a suggestion while we're waiting.
What?
accepted and joined. I think we should get some
there's
kind
a-
of computer and put it there and have it all set up and ready, and people who are here can move their stuff
Oh, that's a
around.
cool idea.
Per the link that was set in to the town.
Yes.
Screen share, yep, done.
Will you submit a formal request and I'll address it? We'll add it
I
to the
don't know why I
agenda and
keep-
vote on
I keep going to this, but knowing that
it. It doesn't get it done.
it's not going to do anything.
Because it isn't there.
Okay, let's go.
Just waiting for the picture to come up. Says I'm sharing.
Yep, you're sharing.
Why isn't it showing?
Unshare and share the image file, the PDF. So you were sharing your screen versus the PDF.
Got it. Yep, got it.
There you go.
Okay, so per your request, we have added the fence to the south, the west, and a little bit around the corner to the north. We have flipped the patio and the pool, keeping the pool in the same location, and put the patio farther away from the road in the corner. And to that, I will take your comments.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Let's start right into it.
I'll go.
Thanks.
I have only one concern, and that is that the fence have a vining material on the roadside on alternating panels. I would urge them to be climbing hydrangea because they're not invasive. And once they establish, they look pretty and easy to maintain. Other than that, I have no concerns.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Short and sweet. Who's next?
I'll go.
Val.
As long as it's screened in perpetuity, because it is very visible out there. And Tori, thank you for the pictures of the other pools. What that does show is if you can't see it, it's fine.
Yeah.
And any natural vegetation that could fill in and block it is also good. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. We got Abby and Connie.
I'll go.
Thank you,
Nothing
Con.
to add. I agree with the prior two statements.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Connie. Abby?
I'm having a lot of trouble with this new fencing that I think is sort of, I think of that area as being very natural and wooded, and I think I will abstain. Thank you.
Okay, so I think what we're looking for then, Stephen, is a motion that incorporates your language, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so why don't we do this as, do we have the application materials here? Okay, Exhibit A, which will reflect plant material on the fence, vining type plant material on the fence in alternating fashion.
Good? All right, that's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you, Connie,
I
Abby,
Abstain?
correct, and Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. That motion carries 4 in favor, 1 abstention.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
may I take this opportunity to say that Tim came back in the queue, and we can let him know that you held for revisions. I can't tell him through this, so, thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, now,
You did tell him, or are you gonna?
No, that was mine.
Oh.
Okay. Tell him.
right, she was telling him, broadcasting through this. Do we have any, we didn't have anybody to rep Wapasit, right?
I don't know who the rep is, frankly.
Insight LLC. Okay, so let's move on. We're still holding on Sparks pending Joe Paul's arrival. So now we're going down to 22 Pleasant Street. Now, there is an error on the board, which is evident when you look at the minutes. So
Yeah, because you're not
Val is
on it.
actually repping, and Stephen is chairing, and Kerry is on it. So I'm going to pass it over to you, Stephen.
Oh, thank you. So that is Gary, Diana's not here.
Oh, here, hold on. Here it is.
So who was our fifth person? 1, 2, 3,
Diane.
4.
Yeah, Diane was the fifth.
Yeah, Joe.
Oh, Joe, okay.
Carrie, Diane, Abby, and Stephen.
Val, you're short Joe. Shh,
The chair speaking.
guys, you're short Joe. Do you want to proceed? He'll be here at 6:30.
No, I'm good.
Okay, your call. Just let you know, gal.
And I know you don't want handout materials, but I did bring some based on HSAG.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something because, we have that policy supplemental application materials and I boiled it down to, it's good to share, just not at our table. And that we're going to kind of stick to because it interrupts our flow. The exception was with Tori because we did not have the file that she had submitted. So we allowed her to bring something up to share. So I just want to be clear on that. I want to try and keep enforcing that. The other one, conduct of application hearings, is going to be wait your turn, be succinct and on point. It's way less verbiage than reading out the best practice before every meeting. Okay, Val, you're up.
Basically, all I was really asked to do was make some fenestration changes, and HSAG made a request to center the door and add 2 windows on each side, which is what I did, and I did bring copies if you want to see it.
Okay. Any questions for Val? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this garage, and I guess the garage that's on site right now is a circa 1949. The main house is a Craftsman from 1923. Appreciate the change to a hip roof. I was curious on what exactly is being retained of the contributing garage that exists. If nothing, then if nothing in the new design resembles the existing garage, so I believe it would be maybe the discussion of the board to say whether or not the garage can be relocated or demolished, as I think originally requested. If nothing characteristic of that 75-year-old garage is being retained. So that would be my question.
The front
overall.
portion, the front portion that's circled, that you see with the hip roof, now the changed hip roof, is what's left of the structure with the overhead garage door.
Does that answer your question? And do you have a follow-up?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So in that instance, we're basically retaining the facade, but from a gable to a hip, and then a couple of feet on either side of the existing garage. That's pretty much what I'm getting at, right?
Yep.
Okay. Guess there's not much left to it, but that was my main concern is if the reason was to retain it, I get the hip. The hip makes sense, but it's either you're retaining it to add on to it, or we're actually building a completely new structure. So that was my comment. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. I think just to kind of bridge those two, what we were looking for was the concept of some aspect of the profile be retained. So then Val is actually taking a step further and retaining actually some of the structure.
Right.
We were a little more critical and about it when we did this in Codfish Park with, was it not Back Street? Beach Street, I think? Beach Street. So kind of similar but different. Okay, Val?
That's all I have, and if you wanted to see what it looked like, I do have copies, but.
Okay. Let's see. Any other questions for the applicant's agent? Mickey, do you guys got anything?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like Val has already picked up on the comment to center the door in the addition or the front sort of porch. The only other thing I'm not sure she saw was the on the west elevation, there's a small window in that front entry area, and it doesn't match the one right around the corner. So it seems those two windows should be the same height, which would
Okay.
probably involve making the smaller one taller. And that's
Yeah,
it.
I missed that. I did miss that.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. Who'd like to begin?
I'll go.
Carrie?
I appreciate that you did that 3D next to the main house, because I think that it really ties in well, and I appreciate you're using the same sort of clapboard that ties back to the original garage. The hip on the elevation, I think, is a better proportion than the hip on the 3D, just because of it's just a rendering thing, so you intend the elevation, not the 3D, relationship. That's all. Good job.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Abby?
Yeah, I'm just bouncing back and forth about this. I'm not sure we're really retaining this garage, and if we're not, I would rather have that hip on the front door of the cottage be like I don't know what you call it, more of a hip, not that comes to a pyramid top, but it's flat and splays. See, I mean, it doesn't really look like the garage anymore. It doesn't have the elements. So I'm not, I think that hip over the front door looks a bit fudgy. I don't know how to say that. So, but I'm happy with the other parts of the design. I mean, I think the clip roof on the front and the mimicking the ganged windows, that looks great. And if you center that door, I just think the hip over that front door looks a little odd as a sort of a conical top.
Thanks, Abby. Can we go back to the isometric?
It doesn't quite reflect the roof pitch on the hip.
Yeah, it's a different layout. Can we go back down to the elevations? Which roof are you proposing?
The one in the straight drawings
Okay,
there,
I just
with the
wanted-
door centered and two windows.
I think more appropriate. I have no concerns with it. I appreciate the changes. What do we want to do, folks?
Is that all of us?
That's it. Joe's not here.
Sorry, what did you, Stephen, are you proposing the front door centered with the two windows there on either side?
I'm actually fine with it as is, because I think that once you make that symmetrical, it's going to start to look like a rocket ship with a skirt on. And the lack of symmetry reflects what's the fenestration vocabulary of the main structure. I think changing that to be a center door with two windows, it changes the overall characteristic of the structure. So I'm not personally in favor of it.
We need to, before we approve it, I think we need to figure out exactly what's happening with the existing garage, as Holly was concerned about that. You
Yeah,
are
well,
using
in
it
the-
and infilling where the door is with the pedestrian door in the window. Is that right? You're using-
Correct. Through the course of these meetings, it was suggested to keep a portion of it and move it on the site and make it a shed. Instead, we're keeping it on the front of the building to keep that scale. I had retained the roof pitch, and then it was requested for it to
hip
become
it.
a hip,
Yep.
so
I think it's successful.
That
that's
was my
what got us
understanding.
here. Yeah.
I'll motion to approve as submitted. My mic
In
on?
the line drawings?
Yes.
Okay, just
Yep.
for
The
clarification.
relationship in the line drawings for that hip roof.
And Holly?
So the application is indicated as a addition to a garage. I'm just, it's more than an addition to a garage, it's, right. And I think that needs to be reflected on the COA, that's just me.
Yeah, I think that that's not inappropriate. So I think basically what we want to do is, based on Carrie's motion, is we're looking for a motion to approve the architecture based on the elevations as submitted with the application revised to reflect what's going on in the drawings. Is that,
I think Holly wanted a title, like this is a new cottage retaining some of the,
whatever you
existing
want to call
garage
verbiage, I'm just saying have
material.
have the narrative text reflect the drawings. So
Yeah, because
I'm
when
not
it
gonna
came
name
in,
it.
it was
Okay,
demo
I
the
think she
garage
wanted-
and do a whole new
Yeah,
building, and
so
then
just
we-
have those, yeah.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Without putting a title on it, I'm not going to call it what,
do you want me to note that on the application approval?
yeah. I
Yes,
think-
okay.
Yeah. So is that your motion? Okay, on your motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Let's see, Abby,
Oh, gosh, I would have liked the front door centered with the two windows, so I will abstain.
okay, and Joe's not here, and I'm an aye, so that'll carry 2 in favor, 1 abstention, being Abby. Okay. We are on to, I think it's 11-minute, 9-minute break
Is it?
time,
Is
yeah.
it? Oh, okay.
And then we'll pick
Fabulous.
up with 2 Stone Alley railings. Oh, I don't know,
I don't have to do it now. I was gonna.
5:45? It's gonna take Matt a little while to get
Hi, Tim. Your application was held for revisions. I know you weren't here.
Let's see.
Holly, excuse me, the town's mic must be off because we don't hear anything.
How far in do you want me to go,
I was
Steve?
just thinking very loudly, so I'd be surprised
No
if you
problem.
actually heard.
Is this far enough out? Do you want me to go in? It'll define in a minute. It'll clear up.
I
in a minute.
think that's probably good if you just give us a little bit more of the lower
Pool
portion.
area?
Yeah. No, just if you scroll up just a hair.
Okay.
There you go. Okay, please begin.
Okay, great. So the driveway was an issue in its prior location, and you guys felt it was too straight and visible, the pool was visible from the driveway. So we've moved the driveway, curved the driveway per your request. Revised site plan shows that we've curved it to address this concern. You also commented that the driveway should be moved to high brush. We wish we could. It's not an option for various reasons, which are provided in the documentation here if you'd like to read that in further. The house is oriented with the front of the house facing Marsh Hawk Lane. Exhibit 1 shows you. That was your concern. Exhibit 1 shows that the house faces west and is oriented towards High Brush Path. The 30-foot setback is also from High Brush Path, as permitted by regulation section 13916, governing intensity regulations, and that's attached as well if you need to review it. The objection to the landscaping lights, we've removed all of that and eliminated it. The comments related to visibility from Marsh Hawk, we are completely aligned with the HDC that we do not want the pool to be visible from Marsh Hawk and are committed to ensuring it will not be visible. Additional landscape buffer to limit visibility was another comment of yours. Revised plans that you're looking at now show additional vegetation, additional screening. The driveway movement creates more space between the pool and the road. We've moved it closer to the house per your request. Am I missing anything? There's the existing vegetation will stay. Yep, we've made that adjustment that we've moved the pool closer to the house.
Other changes? I see how you're sneakily getting your list in, but.
No, it's all good. I was just trying to give you all the information.
Okay. Questions for Tori? Concerns? Who would like to go?
I'll go.
Carrie?
So we just did one on, what's it called, street?
Field Avenue that I
Yeah,
just did?
Yeah. This is very similar, and I'm just wondering why there's no fence? Because the fence on
Guys,
the ins,
just, I want to clarify because we're going to try and be very good about this. Questions through the chair.
oh, okay, so it's not really a question. There should be a fence between the house and the vegetation on the street and the pool. So between the pool and the vegetation that's on the street, there should be a fence on the inside of that vegetation to wrap and definitively hide the pool.
Any other concerns?
That's just like Field Ave, no.
Okay. Let's see, who's next? Val? There's only 2 of us left, so.
I agree with Carrie. That would be a fail-safe way to know it will be screened.
Can we have some language, perhaps in Exhibit A, to that effect, to include vining material on alternating sections of the fence and not visible at the time of inspection or thereafter, no grade changes from prior existing, and reconfirming no pool lighting, pool area lighting?
And the fence height, solid board 4 feet? Is that enough with the vegetation? Or
What's
do we need
proposed?
to go
If I could show you option B shows a 6-foot fence for 50 feet, limiting its ending point when we hit the wetlands, but covering the pool area, and I do have it here, if we'd like to do a combination of the 2 plans, if you'd like to look at that.
I think we can just discuss it.
Okay,
Do you have a
so we were
preference
proposing-
of appropriateness?
Sure, we had a
4 feet,
6-foot
5
privacy
feet, 6
fence.
feet?
If a lot of vegetation, they could go 5, and
Okay,
that would
Val.
definitely hide it.
I don't care.
So a 5-foot fence, solid
Mr.
board.
Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
am I on this?
No.
No.
Oh, okay, all right.
Thank you, though, for checking. I appreciate it. Certainly infallible. Not infallible. Is that the motion?
We're more than happy to do 4-foot as well. We're copacetic with it, whichever you prefer.
Are you good with an Exhibit A, Carrie?
Yeah, I think 5 feet is good because it will definitely, block with, from the road. with the
Okay,
distance.
so that'll be Exhibit A, and it will include the typical caveat on pools.
Yep.
On your motion? Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
And just a point of clarification, per this plan that's
It'll
in front of
be
you.
option D.
Great,
Yeah,
thanks.
and that's the one that'll get marked up.
Great, thank you
Okay,
so much.
thank you, ladies.
Thank you
Okay,
so much.
we are going to Sparks, and that's you.
Is Joe here?
Oh, Joe's still not here. Okay, we're going to Great Harbor Yacht Club.
Yeah. Well, Matthew, we'll do Great Harbor, assuming you're okay going forward.
I mean, it'd be great to have, thank you. It'd be great to have Joe here, but I think that we're pretty
Actually, you know what?
close.
Sorry. Joe's not on it. Anyway. Myself, Stephen, Diane, who's off, of course, Abby, and Val. You okay?
I'm good.
Good? All right, let's go.
Do you want me to share, or do you want to? Yeah? You can share, that's fine. No, we're actually doing 96 Washington, Great Harbor Yacht Club.
Joe was 6:30. He said, That's okay.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've reviewed this once before. I think in general, the board was in favor. One of the things that the board had asked us to do is to look at altering, we're basically adding some covered porch area on the second floor existing deck to provide some protection from the elements. And so our previous iteration, we basically had a straight hip projecting in those two directions, kind of northwest and, to the north and to the east, if you will. And so what the board had asked us to do, if you scroll down, is to break up the length of that projecting gable. It was actually a gable, and integrate these flush gables to kind of reduce the overall length. I thought it was a great suggestion. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Matthew, thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Great Harbor Yacht Club, circa 2007. The gable porch roof with the hip, I think, is successful, and I understand that the porch depth already exists, because I had asked about that last time. So
Correct.
I have no concerns on the proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey?
We are good with the changes. Thank you.
It's nice to hear. Thank you, Mickey. Board members?
No concerns.
That was Val?
Yeah.
Yep.
Ditto that.
All right, Abby's in.
You good with it?
Stephen, I'm good with it.
Motion to approve is submitted.
There
Thank
it
you,
is.
Matt.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Stephen's made a motion to approve as submitted on that motion. Abby? Val?
Aye.
Abby was good. Stephen?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. There you go. There's
Thank you.
that. Now, I believe, aside from the one solar and the Sparks Avenue, we're now, we're holding on Sparks and we're moving into, what am I doing? You're the chair.
Yeah,
You
I
go.
just was like, I know it's
No,
gonna take a
no.
little while. It's okay.
I'm gonna keep doing this
We're
to
on
you.
new business, 4:30, 76 Pocomo, and it is the elected board. Three applications.
Mr. Chair,
Abby?
is Angus there?
Yeah,
Because I might sit off on, give him a chance to wet his, whatever that expression is. And sit off for like, I don't know, up to North Water or something? Would that be okay? I mean, it's up to you. I just.
Yeah, no, you can sit off
Wet.
as many as you want. We can, we'll start with the rotation. It's a little unusual to have a regular member sit in, but not an issue for me. And since you've designated Angus, we will have him sit on 76 Pocomo, and then it will be Connie on 12 Sunset Hill.
Yeah, I didn't mean to designate Angus. I just meant,
I'm making a point not being pointed. We're fine.
okay,
Um,
good.
Okay, Mark, when you see your site plan, why don't you get us rolling?
Would you like me to start talking anyway?
Yeah. I know,
Okay.
yeah.
Good evening. This is an application for a demolition. It was a move demolition when we applied, but we have advertised the house for a month. We advertised it twice, and there were no takers. So it's now a demolition of an existing house that was built in the 1980s. It's a bit of a hodgepodge with several additions, and I see what you have here is the new building that replaces it, so let's get started on that then. There's the existing. Okay. So for the first application was for a demo of this house. Nobody seems to be interested in moving it, so we're ready to move on that. There was a property next door that you may remember that also has a demolition going currently. Not this owner, but a neighbor. So if you want to start with that
Yeah,
first. we
good to
can start
go.
with that.
Let's see, questions?
I have one.
Val?
Mark, is there any salvageable pieces or parts of this building?
Well, as I said, we advertised for more than a month, and nobody seemed interested at all, so.
I think they
we're
get
ready to
interested
go
when they
forward.
see it on the HTC agenda.
Well, we're certainly open to anybody who expresses an interest in it, for sure, but we haven't had that, so. So we'd love to get, your approval to move forward tonight if we can, because all the tractors and trucks are next door working on that other owner's project, and we'd love to just move them over, if that's possible.
Okay. Val, any other questions?
No.
No? Ray?
No questions.
Angus?
I appreciate the question of whether there's been an advertisement, not necessarily for the whole building or parts of it, but, certainly anything that's useful, windows and doors, anything that's useful, and it just rubs me the wrong way to waste a house.
Okay. And Connie, I misspoke earlier, so you're the alternate.
Oh, yep. I have no questions, no issues.
Okay. How about a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention, one, it is a circa 1985, so non-contributing. But one thing I did notice that we didn't have any of the tax assessor's info on the dimensions included, and that's usually typical what we ask for with that package.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. If somebody could incorporate that into a motion.
I'm actually on this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're reviewing the demo. I know we went to the main house, but we're.
No, we're reviewing the demo.
Right,
You'd commented on it.
I did.
Yeah. I thought you did.
Well,
Maybe it's been so many years, I was just reading your mind.
Yeah.
I
probably.
thought you did. I thought
No,
you said
I
you
don't,
were
I
gonna-
don't have any issues with this.
Okay.
I mean,
No,
it's
my apology.
no problem.
Do you want to make a motion?
Sure. Now, Holly, because I was focused on the new house, could you tell me what the language was that you were hoping to get?
The typical boilerplate requirement of having the tax assessor's floor plan information
Oh,
included in the
okay.
application.
Of course, we're happy to
Yeah,
provide.
so my motion is to approve the move off / demo, and it is both, by the way.
Yes.
With the stipulation that the record will receive from you the tax assessor's map showing the floor plan for anybody who's interested in potentially moving it. That's my motion.
Thank you. On your motion?
Aye.
We can actually just do all in favor, say aye, since we don't have a member voting from hybrid. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. You're opposed? Let the record reflect Angus is opposed. Okay, that moves us to the new dwelling
So the new dwelling that replaces that building is a bit smaller. I've been working with the architects, Voorhees and Sharon in New York on this, and they have created what they consider a very simple barn-like style structure that they think reflects, you know, a rural character here. We realize there are some slightly untraditional details to it, but the property here at 76 is invisible from any of the public way around Pocomo Road. It is in a hollow behind the bluff, so it can't be seen from the harbor either. So it is just kind of sitting there, you know, completely invisible from the public's point of view. So they thought maybe a few details that were more modern, as the owner had wanted, might be okay.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I have a question,
Connie?
Mr. Chair. What is the front of the house? There's no like formal front entrance that I can discern?
Yeah, this property is one of two properties that are owned by the same owners here. And so this is going to generally be used as a guest house. It is a separate property, but because of its rural nature, because of the way the house sits on the lot, the architects didn't feel like it was necessarily in need of a true front entry. It was more reflecting kind of a barn or a secondary structure on the lot.
Thank you, Connie. Does that, not whether you agree or not, but does that answer your question?
Thank you, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up?
No.
Any other questions?
And Mr. Chair, I do have comments.
Holly, go ahead.
Thank you. So while I appreciate this simple form and barn-like vernacular, it is very tall and long with no additive massing as recommended with building with Nantucket in mind. The windows are floating in a sea of shingles. The chimney is very atypical along with the large painted windows, or excuse me, paned windows. And I was curious on what the glazing percentage is. And then overall, to hit what Mark had mentioned is what is that visibility from the road and the harbor? And I think photos would be very helpful. The stone veneer is also an atypical and not really Nantucket. So those are my comments for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, would like to begin?
I can start.
Ray, thank you.
I'm very familiar with this site. Actually designed a house for this site that never got built. And this particular parcel, and it is a number of parcels back there, is behind, like well behind the bluff and down from the bluff. So no water visibility, except perhaps maybe possibly from the creeks to the south. At which point you're looking at the southern gable end, which looks very barn-like. So despite the fact that the fenestration is seriously atypical, I think that the one side that is potentially visible from any public way, and that would be if you were at a kayak in the creeks off of Pocomo, would be the south elevation, which to me is appropriate as a barn-like structure. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Appreciate being succinct, sticking to appropriate and inappropriate. Who would like to be next? Angus.
Thank you. I agree with what's been said both by Holly and Ray. I do appreciate the simplicity, the unbroken roof. The fenestration is a bit concerning because some of it really feels like a barn and other things feel more like a house. So in that respect, but I'd be interested to see photographs of what would be seen. Is it hidden to the eave? Is it hidden to the ridge, like how much is really seen. But if it's as Ray's described, where you're really only seeing the south elevation, I think, yeah, I think I might be in favor of it.
Okay, thank you. Mark, would you like to speak for the record on visibility again?
Indeed, the visibility is negligible. There is no visibility from the Pocomo Road area at all, or any of the side roads that are around there. The driveway serpentines way into the property, does not have any visibility. The trees in the area are between 15 and probably 20, 25 feet around it. So as Raymond said, the only possible view would be a distance view from the creeks, which looks at a gable. So it seemed appropriate that way.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
Can I ask another question? I think, did you say this was a guest house?
Well, it's its own structure, its own dwelling structure on its own property, but the owners of this property also own the one that is on the bluff.
Okay.
And so it will act as a guest house for them as a family.
Thank you. Yes, I do appreciate the south elevation, which is, I guess, what will be visible. I'm going to say it, my concern is that west elevation with those, are they like back, like full, like
They are.
sliders? Yeah.
They are glazing from eave to the ground, yes.
Yeah.
But again, because of the visibility, we thought it was appropriate, so.
And I have to agree about the window size. I think, they're kind of smaller. Some of them, I think maybe some kind of uniformity, but again, I guess it won't be seen, so, thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Val?
I guess as a barn, it's okay. It's over 50 feet, the ridge, which is atypical of a residence. Yeah, I have nothing else to say.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with the comments that have been made. Atypical, we need for a motion to approve, we're going to want to include not visible time of inspection or thereafter. And I think that'll cover it.
I'll make that motion.
On your motion.
Aye.
Actually, we can say, all in favor, say aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. And Val, you'll write that on the?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to the new studio, Mark.
Yes, and on the same property, this is a very small one-story studio building. Again, it's in a little grove of trees, certainly not terribly visible, again, from anywhere. So again, there was a little bit of freedom taken with the fenestration, but.
Okay. Holly, did you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the size and scale and proportions. The fenestration was the only thing that I didn't think was appropriate. That includes the odd skylight. And that was pretty much my only comment, but if it's not visible, then it's not visible. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone with concerns other than those previously stated? Angus?
Would there be an option for doing a shed dormer or something else to bring light into the roof besides the skylight, even though it's not visible? Is that an acceptable alternative?
But I'll have to go back to the owners to figure that out. But again, we knew that some of these things were certainly atypical, but based on where it is, didn't think it was an issue one way or another, but.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Angus?
Thank you.
Val?
I agree with what's been said.
Ray?
It's a good point about the skylight because it's, of course, gargantuan. Nothing short of gargantuan. But I will stand by the, the visibility from a public way part. So it faces essentially north. And the visibility to the north from any publicly traveled way, including the water, is going to be zero. Yeah, there's absolutely no way that you're gonna see this from Pocomo Road or that other road whose name escapes me is a little bit closer. I forget it, it's a publicly traveled way, but it's still far enough.
Korea Lane, maybe? Is that it? Korea Lane?
No, that's further down.
That's off South Shore.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it doesn't
Whatever it
matter.
is.
Yeah.
Any other?
Nothing.
Okay. Mark, it's probably a good thing you're getting this in before space tourism kicks off, because
Yeah.
there will be a public way this eventually will be visible from. Nothing to add. What do we want to do, folks?
I would move to approve this with the condition that the skylight is invisible from any publicly traveled way.
Okay, invisibility it is. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. That brings us to a tunnel inspection, not seen appear.
Okay, thank you all.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, sure. This is the studio, right?
These, I mean, just, this is redundant, but yes,
Is
it's
that the right application?
I think it's
Should
fine.
be.
Thank you.
New dwelling.
I know we'd like to say not seen thereafter and in perpetuity, but,
I know. I just didn't remember what they.
no, I don't remember. Which one was it?
That's the main house, the barn.
Oh, the barn.
Mr. Chair, I just have a
Yeah.
clerical thing. The application shown for the main dwelling is showing the elevation of 18 feet, and it's 26 or 24, 26 feet. So
The studio or the?
No, Mark Avery.
Guys, hold on a second. So I just want to make sure I understand, then I can facilitate. Angus, you're pointing out that for the new dwelling, the height of the ridge is numerically different than what it actually is?
yeah, I'm seeing
There's two.
two elevations saying
Okay,
18 feet.
let's just coordinate, let's make it easier for everyone. Can you tell me what sheet that is? And Fiona, would you pull it up?
It's the
The
application.
main house on 76 Pocomo.
It's the application.
It's the application that states it? Okay, so the application needs to be revised to reflect the elevations. Seems to be going around these days, I don't know why. Did you catch that?
The elevations don't agree, is that what you're
Two
saying?
elevations say
Dale.
28.6
Dale, please,
and two say
little
18.
decorum. You need to correct your application to reflect the elevation heights, okay?
I believe they were probably measuring to the eave on the two sides. That's why it was 18 instead of 20.
Okay, highest
28.
ridge on that side. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Val. Now we're on to 12 Sunset Hill. It's the same board.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Good evening.
This is a simple second floor mass with a dormer onto an existing 1950s house.
Seems like a straightforward explanation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Steve? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, the dwelling on the lot is a circa 1948 contributing structure. This is for addition, window replacement, and I guess outdoor shower. It's not uncommon, obviously, to build a second floor on a simple cape. The simple character, though, is lost when the eave is raised. And that's not appropriate to the character of this dwelling. I would recommend retaining the roof pitch would be helpful if at all possible. I notice it's 12-12, which seems a little steep, but appreciate not going up a full 2 stories. And it seems there is a lot of space between the floors. So those are my comments for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, does your group have anything?
Yes, we do. So, sort of similar to Holly's, the roof pitch is a 12 pitch, which definitely feels a little bit too steep for this neighborhood. It's very prominent on the street and very visible. This would probably work just as well as with a 10 pitch. The dormer on the front clearly sort of overwhelms the front roof plane. This should be smaller gable dormers, probably split up, as is typically done on the front of the building. The front door could be more traditional. It's a 12 light door on the front of the house. The secondary mass has been brought in, has been added onto. It's not simply a second floor on the secondary mass. It's actually pulled forward, so it's flush with the front of the house. I guess that's a sort of a false corner board there. So that needs to be set back. You shouldn't really have the secondary mass flush with the front wall. It should be set back several feet. And presumably that would drop the ridge line of that secondary mass down so that it's more separated from the height of the main mass. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's see, who would like to begin?
I'll try.
Val?
Yeah, I do appreciate that it's a story and a half rather than a full 2-story, but I'm almost wondering if it would serve you well to make this a reverse salt box and just have a full height wall on the back, keeping the roof pitch what it is. And it seems the secondary mass can drop down as that's just a closet. So, I mean, it has a washer and dryer in it, but I agree with that setting back a little bit. And they're reusing the front door they have, so it is atypical, but it does exist. That's my comments.
Thank you, Val. Ray?
Yeah, I agree with Holly's comments, Mickey's comments, and Val's comments. I think this differential between the so-called secondary mass and the primary mass is like very, very small. And that should be made more more differential, in other words. I don't believe it's necessary to raise the plate up on the existing building as it appears to be doing, breaking up the dormers, but a lot of this Mickey already covered. So I should also add that I appreciate this sort of story and a half approach to this design. So yeah, a few tweaks might be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray. Let's see, Angus?
I'd agree with pretty much everything that's been said, emphasizing that the size and location of the front street-facing dormer is inconsistent with the guidelines. And the same as that secondary mass that's flush with the facade. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Connie?
I have nothing else to add.
Okay.
Hassan's been said.
Thank you. Steve, this is like dessert on Top Chef. You think it's going to be easy, but it never works out that way. A lot of times it sends people home. So I agree with the comments made, so I think we're going to hold for revisions.
That's fine, Mr. Chair. Hold for revisions.
Okay. Whose motion is that?
I'll make that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thanks, Steve. We
Thanks for the direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just want
Yeah.
to know if we can go to
I
Sparks.
think we can go to Sparks, and then we had another one, which was, I think, Matt's at 2 Stone Alley. So why don't we pick those up, and then we'll go from there. And your chair in Sparks.
I'm sharing spots. Okay, let's jump right in. Let's see. Linda, are you first?
Yeah, I'm just going to sort of introduce it again. We'd
Okay.
sort of like to wrap it up tonight so we can get going. We've got a mile worth of permitting to do, and we want to get at least the footprint solidified so we can actually come back in with a hardscape plan. Everything you've seen so far on the 3Ds and on the videos are what we're going to be planting, so there's no bait and switch going on there. But we didn't want to put the extreme expense into giving you a hardscape plan if we're not solidified on the footprints and square footage. A lot has been done since the last time. We hope we are at that point where it's doable. And Holly, I believe, has the video, and I will turn it back over to George so he can give you a very specific rundown on what they did.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, my name is George Berg. I'm with RDA Architects. We're the project architects for the Sparks Ave project. We had a fairly robust discussion the last time we were in, and I think we get some very positive feedback on the connector right there between, on the A building between the two masses there. We've really tried to bring that down and de-emphasize that so that it looks smaller. We've also taken a look at the doors in and out of the space. There was a comment that, the full glass doors with transoms overhead may not have any historical precedent, so we're proposing to go to a 9-light door and with the transom overhead to mimic more what you may see down on Main Street. As Holly rotates through the flyover, that might be more appropriate, Holly. You can. One of the things that we heard last night, if you could pause that, Holly, please. The last time we were in was potentially smaller windows on the third floor of some of the masses. Well, the tree blocks that, but if you look at the original drawings, we had 3 double hung windows across there. I have to be honest, our office is a little bit, we're having a debate about whether or not the smaller windows, there is historical precedent for it, but whether there's 2 small square windows and 2 double hung windows. You'll see it mimicked on the B building facing Cumberland Farms. You see it on the upper floor there. We think that there's some historical precedent for that, and it does change up the massing a little bit. A few of the other things when we get around the back of the building, there was some discussion there about breaking up the back of the B building, and we'll see if there's a. Is there a fly around file there, a flyover? If we could start that, here we go. So as we go through, starting from the right, you'll see the small windows on the gable end in the front facing Cumberland Farms. We made the dormers smaller, and you'll notice on the B building, we pulled the dormers off the ridge. That was a comment, and so we had a little bit of a hard time on the B building doing that. The A building is slightly higher, so we had the opportunity to do that. But we were able to achieve pulling the shed dormers off of the ridge on the B building as well. As we move around, again, you can see the connector as it begins to disappear behind, the connector building has now essentially a 2-story feel. You can see again the 2 windows on the third floor here with the 2 square windows. The option would be able to go back to 3 double hung windows if the board feels that that's a little bit more appropriate. We're ambivalent about it and can go either way. We've added some trellising, and again, not necessarily the purview, but to fill in some of the gaps as we move around the back of the building. I want to point out that the majority of the trees that are shown in these videos are very close to what's in the landscape plan that's been submitted from the very beginning. And as we swing around the back of the building here, again, we see the sloped pergola on the back of what would be the A building. And then you'll notice on the B building, Connie, I think it was you that had some good comments about trying to break that mass up a little bit. So we took the lower level shed and shifted that to the right, proposing another pergola at the end of that walkway and the walkthrough to kind of break that up. We have the opportunity for some trellising, and we can decide, depending on the vine growth there, what size we want to make that trellis. And the major change on this end is, again, we extended that roof over the middle mass there from the entrance into the residential side to sort of close that off and break that elevation up a little bit. And then again, you see on the gable end towards Sparks Ave, the 2 smaller windows with the 2 double hung windows on the side. Again, that was previously 3 double hung windows across the back, but we can rearrange the layout of the units on that floor so that would support that. And those may add a little bit more interest to those units on the third floor, which because of the roof lines are going to be fairly eclectic. And then again, looking down the throat of the separation between the 2 buildings, And we have, two large deciduous shade trees in the center there with various plantings with perennials and annuals along the perimeter of the building. Again, we've really worked the plan here to try to get the massing to be appropriate. This building is vastly different than the one we came in a year ago with for advice on this board, not formally. And I think, as Linda mentioned, we're anxious to move forward to finalize the hardscape plans, finalize the landscaping plans. All of this is being resubmitted to the planning board because there's been minor footprint changes. But I also want to point out there's been no increase or decrease in parking. We meet the parking requirements in the planning board. We don't expect any issues with them. It's really just sort of cleaning things up to match what the HDC's agreed to. So that being said, would welcome opinions and comments. We're hoping that we're at a point now. We've got the building to a point where we could, if necessary, continue to work with staff to tweak it. We have a lot of work to do here, and we're anxious to get the plan started so that we can get into the permitting process as quickly as possible. Not that that's any, it's got to be right, I understand, but that's it. I'm
Okay,
open to any questions or comments.
thanks.
Sure.
Anybody else from your group want to talk?
I don't think so.
Good.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that I am here.
Okay. Well, that's good because you're on this, Abby. All right, thanks, Abby. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we had mentioned last time that we'll need 2 COAs, one for each building, now that the building has gone from 1 building to 2, and then a hardscaping plan when they're ready to submit that. Appreciate the color scheme for the buildings being different and away from that monochromatic feeling, which I believe was a comment of Chairman Pohl. Building A is a cobblestone trim color, and building B is a platinum gray trim color. Appreciate dropping the dormers off the ridge on the rear and on the west, and including the trellises, I think as recommended by Commissioner Paul. Appreciate the window revisions on the east, building A, and if not appropriate with the 2 smaller ones on that flanks them, maybe just having 2 in general instead of the 3. The detail does have a historic precedent on island. I want to also mention that if you saw in the video that's been updated, it really gives a indication of how the structures kind of with the masses of the other structures in the area, which is helpful. And those are my comments, so thank you.
Holly, thank you. Looks like Val's queued up to speak.
Sure, thank you. I'm going to start off again, like I did the last time, with something positive to say. I'm willing to give credit where credit is due, and I agree, it's come a very long way from the first iteration that came in here. However, I still feel it's too large and concentrated for this neighborhood, and it doesn't relate to the context in the area. It's over 35 feet in height for the majority of the massing, and this will start a precedent for this sort of stature, which the HDC historically has never approved. It still reads as one large mass. As you know, there's a movement by the planning board to keep going up in height to solve housing issues, but their warrant article at town meeting got tabled because they agreed to collaborate with the HDC and come up with a solution for this situation. They allow 40 feet, HDC wants to see 30 feet, and we were going to try to work that out. So it's too bad that that was not resolved before this project is going to become the example of what future will hold for the island, especially in Mid-Island. I do think, after listening to the video yesterday, some of you were swayed by the use of the structure as being housing and maybe forgiving height for that reason. And yes, there is a housing crisis, but the majority of the units are not affordable, which you may have thought they were. And we do need market rate too. I'm just putting that out there. So I guess I'd say, just think about this. Developers now coming in with new projects for the future will use this as the best example of what we will allow in our future, and the horse is out of the gate. I feel like we're losing what we've been holding on to, which is our trademark and keeping our heritage. That's it.
Val, thank you. Is there anyone else that's got a hand raised or anything up there before I go to the board? No? Okay. So it is to the board. For those of you that have been asleep for the last year, let me see, the board is myself, Abby, Connie, Joe, who, by the way, is now with us, and Stephen Welch, who mullen back in. Who would like to begin the discussion?
I could start because I agree so wholeheartedly with what Val said. And I'm not sure at this point what you would do about the massing, because that is my main concern. My other concern is the third story dormers. I mean, maybe one dormer, but if you put 3 on Sparks Avenue, that just draws your eye right up to the top and draws attention to that 35 feet. So yes, these pictures look great, and thank you for the subdued color change, but remember, this stretches all the way from Cumbies all the way to House Fitters. So, and this is a huge precedence we're going to make. So I think I would like to see a reduction in massing, something like that. And I'm hard on the dormers. They just are screaming, look at me. And I think we want to make this as subtle as possible. So with a large project like this, it's just, so that's where I am. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you very much. Who's next?
I'll go,
Stephen.
unless Joe's clawing for the mic over there.
Joe is declawed temporarily.
Yeah, declawed.
So I think this structure illustrates the difficulties of being successful with large sizing a residential structure. It's, this structure brought down in scale by 50% would be in many areas, obviously fenestration and the commercial nature aside, would be a quote unquote typical Nantucket home. Where we start to lose the appropriateness is in extending, enlarging the structure, supersizing the structure, and gaining these very wide expanses of gables, relatively shallow, in order to make the height work. I wish I'd thought about this earlier. I recently had a chance to spend some time in the neighbor of the hospital, in the coming and going in the parking lot. And I think that this could be, I think it's a worthwhile study, and I don't know that it will be successful, but I think given the fact that we're creating history here, when this structure's constructed, and it will be a precedent for the area, I'd like to see a change over the roof elements to mimic the steeper pitch at the hospital. It's not a mansard. Behind that steep pitch is the flat roof where they're keeping utilities and whatnot. Now, I understand you guys aren't going to be able to utilize a sunken well like they have, that area is going to be occupied by third-floor dwelling units. But if there are flat roof elements as a result of changing the roof structure, there is, it's not our purview other than to approve or deny, but there is an opportunity for pretty expansive solar. There may be, some challenges in that, but I'm having a really difficult time looking at the repetitive, on the east and the west, the repetitive gables that are very large with the expansive lengths of rake. And I think also that if a change in the roof were doable, then the concept of the design of the roof planes, then these dormers could take on a different nature. They would be shorter in terms of the length of the run of the rakes, and I think that would make a dramatic change in the perception of the dormers. I know a change in the roof style would make a dramatic change in the perception of the amount of structure that's actually being constructed, because a large part of this is roof. I wish I'd thought to think of it and comment earlier. I was not able to attend the last meeting. I was going to bring it up then. Those are my comments for now, Mr. Chair. One other item I do want to bring up, and I kind of alluded to it. You all brought up hardscape. Strong consideration for where utilities are going to be. That's going to be, I think, a potentially nettlesome point. That's what I got for now. Thanks.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Okay, Connie and Joseph.
I can go if you want.
All right.
Well, I appreciate the changes that have been made. I feel like you've listened to the commentary that's been made. And again, when I first looked at these changes in elevation, it's a struggle to understand the massing, even though we look at these things all the time. So the 3D and the walkthrough is super helpful. I think that, the height, when you look at the elevations, yes, we've got 36 feet, 36.8, 35 and change. But the building moves back and forth along the sidewalk, and there's a lot of pedestrian scaled elements. I mean, in fact, all the way around the building even, I mean, you're a unique situation here because it's visible from all four sides, really. And it was monolithic at the beginning, and it's definitely evolved to having a much more friendly pedestrian scale. And I think that factors into the height. We can't look at it as a two-dimensional building. And I do think it's going to feel like multiple structures. I mean, it is a large intervention on the site. The existing context is, excuse me, very small buildings. This is creating an edge, a very important edge in the Mid-Island commercial district. I appreciate that it's a mixed-use building because I actually do think you're going to start seeing people walking around here. They're going to be living in this building. And I think that the park, or we'll call it the sort of a park out front with the brick and the vegetation, all that stuff, I think gives it a human scale. And I think on the one hand, it sets a precedent, but every project is reviewed individually. This isn't maxing out the 40-foot height. Anything else that comes up, we're going to have an opportunity to address the massing, the dormers. I don't think that if this gets approved at 36 feet tall, that every structure is going to be allowed to be 36 feet tall. I think that there's still an opportunity to weigh in on that. It's not like every structure, this is unique as well because it's a combination of lots, I believe, right? That, yeah, so.
6 lots total, yes.
You know, this, this would have been approved if it was just Building B. So from that perspective, you have a challenge and you're in a unique situation because what's getting approved here makes up a large part of the context. I do feel like you've addressed the comments on the south elevation, which is the parking side, relative to making that more pedestrian friendly, which I think addresses the people that are actually living there and visiting the building. And pulling the dormers off the roof help. I mean, I'm in agreement that if you had no dormers on the roof, great. That would you'd probably have an approval if you had no dormers on the 3rd floor. It's definitely a factor. I think I'm looking at these, you've got corner boards on all those dormers. Those could be calmed down with cottage corners. Maybe they're skinnied up a little bit. I forget whether or not you had ganged windows up. I know you have ganged windows on one of the elevations, and on the other elevations, the windows are split. If those windows are ganged, they actually take up less space and you reveal more of the main roof. That might help. I mean, for me, I feel like you're close relative to the massing, but it sounds like I might be in a minority there. With respect to those gable windows, the little 6 lights, I think two double hungs would be fine. I feel like there is precedent for it, but it feels overly busy. I think we could use some shingle space on some of these walls because there are a lot of windows. I think that covers my comments. I mean, it's vastly different from the project that was initially submitted, and
That's the truth.
yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Connie, you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Actually, I'm going to just echo what Joe had to say. This has come an extremely long way. I do think it reads as separate buildings. I do understand it's large, but being a multi-use structure, with the proposed bowling alley and restaurants and housing, I'm not sure how it could read like a house. I mean, it is what it is. I appreciate all you've done. You seem to have listened to what we have asked and, tried to incorporate our suggestions. The dormers perhaps are overwhelming, but they serve a purpose. Yeah, I have to say, from that one big building that was proposed, this has come a long way, and I think it's been positive. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thank you. So that leaves me. I'm going to dispense with the easy stuff first. So I think the switch in the gable ends from the three double hung windows to the 2 plus the 2 little casements is a sort of a step in the wrong direction. It starts reading a little bit postmodern. I think that the 3 windows in the gable ends is actually the most successful treatment. I don't necessarily know why we actually strayed from that. Did anybody comment negatively on that?
Well, there was a comment at the last hearing that we would maybe want to consider some smaller windows on the 3rd floor on some of the gables.
Okay, well, so maybe other people disagree with me, but I happen to think that the 3 gable end windows fit properly and they're just less fussy. I think somebody used that word earlier. Yes, it's come a long way. I think everybody will agree to that. The small thing that still sort of troubles me is, like, on the backside, that would be the south. There's these 3 sort of pieces of trellis to cover up a blank wall, and then across the alley from that, there's another blank wall where we have second floor windows. Those things, unless they're heavily vegetated, are gonna sort of feel odd. Ditto on the east elevation where we've got that side door with those two little windows and then tons of shingle. Now, that does bring in Stephen's question about utilities. That could be a place to put the utilities, I don't know. So I think that what concerns me as chair is this. I believe that we have two people that would be ready to vote this through tonight, and we have two people that certainly would not vote it through. That would create a split board, and this is a project of a magnitude that I don't want that to happen. I want to get closer to consensus on this. So I'm going to ask if we could hold for some revisions. Now, having said that, Stephen offered up some suggestions that, look, the hospital was a great example of a very large scale building that manages to feel broken up and scaled down properly. But he's also right that they were able to take advantage of that roof area in a way that you're not able to, because you actually want to put living space there, and they just dug down into it and put their mechanicals up there and all made the whole roof lower. You don't have that as an option. So whether you can do something as sweeping as that, I got a feeling the answer is no, but Stephen has voiced that as a concern, and I respect that.
If I may.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm probably uniquely familiar with the hospital, at least the old version, and then somewhat the new version. So the larger building here does have a flat section recessed below.
Your building?
Yes, our building, Building A, recessed below, because we need to hide a significant amount of, it's not visible in 2D or
Clever.
even 3D, as you can see.
All right.
So we've squashed the building really, I mean, as you know, right, by dropping the floor, the first floor in the retail space, and then trying to manage reasonable ceiling heights in the apartment units, you know, we're bound on the third floor by a minimum of 7.6, but that's not really a really nice space. We're trying to achieve 8.6 to 8 at least. But we are utilizing that kind of thought process to, you know, we have air condensers that need to go up there. We have a tremendous amount of venting. We are even working now to try to create that type of space in the B building, because we know we can't come back to you people and say, no, would we? Hey, you know, by the way, we've got an array of PVC vent pipes that come up through this thing that's going to make it unsightly. So we have given some thought as well to utilities, particularly in the back. There's a couple of large walls. We know we tried working with the electric company to see if we could put metering inside. They won't allow that. So we know that we've got to use some of the blank walls for meters that will need to be screened.
Well, see, I view that as kind of a positive, because if you have a big flat shingled wall,
right,
and then you put a corral around it, now all of a sudden it's got some depth to it.
Correct.
So that's sort of like taking care of Stephen's concern. We're seeing, you know, what's actually going to happen on the ground with that sort of stuff. And then we're also seeing how you're going to be able to screen it, which I think is going to be an asset to the sort of pedestrian scale elements, you know, the sidewalk scale pieces that people are going to be walking by.
Right, and we're going to be coming up to that now right around the corner, and we recognize, and we're trying to work with our electrical engineers to keep that meter array as short as possible. But the back trellises that you see there, we feel a little bit too close to the parking and the sidewalk. We're not going to be able to screen them properly. But if you see right next to the pergola on the right-hand side there, that's one area in the A building, if you could pause that.
So that area right there behind the tree,
on the
right there?
right-hand side next to the pergola.
Okay, there's a big blank wall. You either have a utility there that's fenced off, or you put like more shrubbery there or something to mitigate that wall.
Right.
Listen, here's what I'd like to do, and it's up to one of these other board members to make the motion. But I think everyone here has expressed some level of concern, you know, ranging from high to low. I would suggest that we motion for revisions. You get them in, and we'll hear this at the next, we did it on another project earlier this evening, where if you get them in by Thursday, we'll hear it the following Tuesday.
So I guess I would ask for a little bit of direction, because we've all talked about the struggles of trying to get the massing in the building down as low as possible. And Steve, I appreciate your comments, and we had already thought that through, recognizing that we're going to need to do something like that. But short of eliminating units on the third floor, which isn't really an option, is, whether we go to cottage corners on the dormers and try to de-emphasize those. I mean, we just can't make this building without losing units now. We did a significant amount of revisions to the plan to get that connector between the two halves of the A building down to a scale that I think is a good improvement that was worth it. So I guess I'm just trying to, it sounds like some of the members still have concerns with massing and the height, and, the fact that the building's too big. But the fact remains is that it's 6 lots, and, by combining the lots and going to a building like this and trying to break it up eliminates the need for 6 potential 30-foot high buildings to get the number of units there. That's why trying to combine these lots was so important. And we knew it was going to be an issue, and we knew it was going to be hard. But nevertheless, here we are with, in my opinion, and your opinion is the one that matters, this board, I mean, is that there's enough undulation, and there's enough movement in the facade as you move around the building, so that it just doesn't look like the old hospital building, quite frankly, or the building that we came in originally. And that was one of the comments that came when you were giving us your advice. It looks too much like the old hospital. And I agree with that. So I'm just wondering, what kind of direction,
Well, sadly, the answer, you would get 5 different answers to that question. So Abby, were you about to say something up there?
Yes, I just want to remind the applicant that this is our town, and you are building,
Honey, excuse me.
streetscape.
Abby,
Yeah.
yeah, no, I got it. Abby, listen, okay.
No, I get it.
All right.
No,
I've been
it's
working-
just that he's got his agenda, and we have our streetscape and our precedent.
Abby, we'll keep this civil, because it does boil down to a vote, taking the vote and seeing where it goes, okay? So let's keep it at that, okay? Thank you. All right. Now, I would like a motion from one of you kind people as to where you want to go with it. And I'll entertain any motion.
We gotta be.
Can I make one comment?
All right, Linda's going to speak, but go ahead. You might want to go to the mic. You might want to go to the mic.
We're still confused about exactly what you want. I understand the trim on the dormers. It highlights the dormers if you have trim on them instead of cottage corners. We can sort of give you a little rendering on that blank thing in the back, but I got to remind you that is on the back side and not on the street side.
But it's actually on the side where everybody's going to park, so everybody's going to see it.
However, it's not a publicly traveled way under the
I'm
act.
a member of the public, and I'm traveling.
Under the act, I'm going to go there every time. But there's not, and we can fool around with those little 4 lights up there. I agree with you. I think 3 is better. But there's not a whole heck of a lot we can squeeze out of this structure. And
Stephen's talked about, listen, we got to leave it to you guys, but Stephen talked about the utilities. I think that's a very valid point.
Yeah,
Where do they go?
we're dealing with
And I
those.
also think that dovetails with my concern about the blank facades on the first floor. Joe had comments, Connie had comments, Abby had comments, everybody had comments. So, the best I can do
I've got about 30 seconds. I could elaborate on the dormer thing, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Because there are a lot of dormers, and the one thing that I find a little, well, literally it's top heavy and slightly cumbersome are the dormers. And outside of eliminating some of them, I do think that the corner boards, which I already mentioned, would help. I would go back and look at, I don't want to design at the table, but I would go back and look at the windows that meet egress, and if this is the minimum, then you can't do anything about it, but get closer to the minimum. And I do think that, I don't know if it's a drawing issue or not, but you often see where the head casing is part of the fascia, and I feel like there are some dormers that do that, but then there are other dormers where I see a head casing, and I also see an eave board, and that's one of those things that it's very difficult to just to talk about. You literally need to
I see it.
actually
You're right.
draw them. I feel like that's a relatively small move, but there's a lot of dormers, and I feel like changing that detailing on the dormer is definitely going to make a difference. I don't know if it's going to sway anybody else, but I do think that that would greatly help the aesthetics of the project and minimize it. What's the roof material?
That's fine.
Okay. Anyway, that's all I wanted to add, that point of clarification. I mean, from me, that would be a specific thing that I would look at. Whether or not that also means you could fine tune the dormer 4 inches in each direction, like cumulatively, you're starting to reveal more of the main mass of the building without chopping dormers off.
Well, each time we reduce a dormer, it reduces almost a whole entire unit. That's one of the big issues with this structure.
Right.
And they are working with a housing trust to buy down more of these units, so they become more affordable for a lot larger group of people.
Okay.
But
well,
we'll figure out what we can do, but there's not a whole lot more we can squeeze out of this
all
structure.
right, but today's Tuesday. Thursday's our day? Is that what we decided earlier? Yes,
If
Holly.
they want to give it to me by Friday at noon, I can get it on the
Yeah.
agenda for next
Then it
week.
gets on the agenda.
How about that? Okay, so,
I'm sorry.
go.
On the agenda with plans in that we can review Friday.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah,
on
no-
the agenda
no-
and we get plans
Right.
next week. And I'm not suggesting it's even something that's doable for you. I'm just saying I want to be clear in what it is our expectation is. I also want to make a quick comment. My suggestions actually leverage your existing ground coverage without squeezing out any unit space, perhaps even expanding your unit space. It is a sea change with respect to the roof orientation, but it is potentially hugely beneficial because not only if you change that will you gain space, your roof height will drop approximately 4 feet. In that instance, you could add space to your first floor commercial space wall height and to your second floor wall height, a foot apiece, and still save 2 feet on the height.
He doesn't get.
I'd urge you to drive by the Nantucket Cottage Hospital and just take a look, that's all.
Well,
That's
they've
all I
got
wanna
third
say.
floor
I think
dormers,
he's
they always
familiar.
have,
The only
so.
thing is, like, you can't do that on a gable end.
No.
Otherwise, it's chopped.
Well, they can make, the hospital only has gable ends where they've done a jog. But the whole perimeter of the roof could be modified.
Well, all right.
I'm
So-
just suggesting take a look at it.
All right.
We are where we're at, guys. I mean, this is where we're at. We can make some modest stuff, but this is where we're gonna be at.
Okay,
This is
Agreed.
3 hours, so we can do some minor things.
okay. So does somebody want to give me a motion?
I'd make a motion for revisions.
Okay, and
To come back
revisions with
next
the
week.
stipulation that if they're in by Friday noon, we'll hear it the following Tuesday.
Yeah,
Okay,
that would be my
at the
motion.
beginning, so they can get the boat back.
At the beginning of your thing, just like we did tonight.
Okay.
Yes,
ask a point of clarification?
yeah, go. We got a motion on, yeah?
Yeah, I'm just trying to reconcile in my mind, as we all do this stuff for a living. If we're trying to drop the roof line down another 3 to 4 feet by creating the well.
Okay, okay, that was Stephen was suggesting that.
Can I just clarify, please?
Oh, okay.
I'm just worried about the ridges on the dormer.
Take a drive by the hospital.
But
Take a look.
he's familiar with
Yeah,
them.
No, he said he's familiar with the old hospital.
I only the
Excuse me,
program.
Linda,
Yeah, I'm good. We'll do what you're suggesting.
take a drive by and look at it. That is the modification which increases your roof pitch and it creates a perimeter versus having your two roof planes cutting into your third floor ground space, floor space. Just take a look at it, that's all I suggest.
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Quickly, Abby.
I just want to say that one of my problems is the scale, and could we put up a pole that would indicate from west to east what this building would encompass?
Well, yeah, I mean, that would be difficult to pull off for a lot of different reasons. I mean, Joe would have to put that as part of his motion, because there is a motion on the table. I will remind everyone. Okay, so Joe, that is your motion, correct?
Yes, that's my motion.
Okay, motion is a hold for revisions. If the revisions are in by Friday by noon, according to Holly, it will be heard the following Tuesday. On that motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thank you. Thank
you.
you. Okay.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna go to 2 Stone Alley. Matt? Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Matt, your board is myself, Abby, Carrie, Joe, and
I'd
Connie.
like to share if I could.
You're recused. You and Ray. It says.
Which,
2 Stone Alley?
I didn't recuse. I think I just
Sat off.
wasn't here. You know, that's been going on for a while.
Yeah, I think that there's a weird,
Let's see what it is.
we need an inactive category.
I
I
thought so.
sat on these, so.
Yeah.
Matt, excuse me, everyone. Matt, do you recall what may happen? Did maybe Val miss a meeting and somebody sat, or?
I thought that she sat on it, honestly. I have the agenda. I don't know if it's listed there, but I know we were waiting for Joe, and I thought Val was on it.
Well, we have, yeah, please.
So with my notes from the April 18th meeting, I had Joe, Val, Connie, Carrie, and Steve. Is that what's reflected on the agenda? Maybe not.
I'm sorry, say that again. Joe, Vale, Connie, Carey.
Joe, Val, Connie, Carrie, and Steve.
Joe, Vale, Connie, Carey, and myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And dare I ask, who's filling in the members on our agenda?
It's been a combination of all staff.
I think, I mean, I'm not making it an official declaration, but we need to centralize that to one person. It needs to be, somebody comes to the meeting and they make notes on the agenda. And it may be that they cycle out because they're not here the whole night, but the next person knows they're the person who's making the notes on the agenda, please. We just spend way too much time on that stuff, so I appreciate it if you guys could tighten that up. I think we're gonna proceed with the notations that Holly had, so it will be myself, Connie, Carey, Joe, and Val. And with that, Matt, let's go.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is really just about the railing detail on the section of this structure that we're calling Section C. And so we were here before you previously with a railing around this existing or approved rear section of the structure. So we provided two options for you. It's great, I could share my screen. So one is where we actually took the deck railing and we set it back so it aligned with the second pilaster in. And then we also emulated the railing type that was there previously on one smaller section where there is no cap to it. So that's one option. The other option, the board had actually originally suggested if there was any way to have the railing itself be more decorative and therefore not be a full 36-inch high. And so we played around with the proportions and the entablature, if you will, and came up with this option, which I thought worked really well. I thought it was a great suggestion from the board. So that railing height is well under 36. I think it's closer to 24 inches. And the proportions of the, the detailing and the composition, I think works really well. So with that, look forward to comments from the board. We did find some additional precedent. So I'm just going to scroll down. 141 Main Street was a structure that we found, which is a photograph here, which I think, we obviously, there's a structure on Orange Street that has a couple doors down that has a full 2-story, which is obviously the scale and size of the structure. There's a second floor on it. But there is precedent for a single story. And I think, utilizing this 141 as a precedent, I think that what we're proposing with the shallower railing height, I think works really, really, really well. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate you giving us the option. Let's see. Any questions for Matt at this time? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Eliza Codd, as you all know, individually significant structure, barn turned into her house in 1850s. Appreciate the slight reduction. I think it should resemble the previous natural to weather simple railing, same size that existed prior to the renovation. I don't think that 18 Orange is an equivalent comparison because that's a different time frame, different vernacular. But I do appreciate the change to reduce it to make it more in keeping with what was originally there. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Mickey, do your group have anything to add to Holly's comments?
Yes, we do. So the original historic balcony on the original building was really quite small. It has the scale of a balcony, not a deck. And that's pretty much what was previously approved. The last approval shows the balcony of about the same size and scale. So adding on to the deck really changes the character from a small balcony into a large party deck. It's too excessive. It really should remain just as it was approved and eliminate the change entirely. It just isn't, it doesn't work with the scale and character of this building. And the second option of option B really changes it much too much. That's off the table too. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. Let's see, again, myself, Carrie, Connie, Joe, and Val would like to begin.
I'll go.
Carrie.
I think the second option is way too formal. I agree with Mickey. And I think the first option, I'm sort of just against a deck up there altogether. So maybe the very simple flat roof with just a short decorative railing around it, like you might see on an old roof walk where it's not an actual usable roof walk, it's just decorative. There's a couple houses on Main Street with some decorative low railings on the roof, but I just don't see this as a usable deck. I think it just doesn't work on this old structure. I get it, there's an addition, but you have the second floor deck on the side, which I think is small and appropriate, like the original. So I'm not in favor of this.
Carrie, I'm sorry, Val. All right.
Yeah.
Joe?
I guess I'll be ready, I guess. I do think that the option B feels a bit heavy. And option A, I understand the deck is diminished, but it feels a little peculiar to me that it's only extending out 2/3 of the way. I mean, the addition, the flat roofed addition is approved. Underneath it, I feel like there's a lot of precedent for railings on these flat roofed additions. And if that railing was natural to weather, I was fine with it taking up the full footprint. I don't know if you pull it back 2/3, it looks peculiar. If you pull it back just 1/3, I think it looks peculiar. I think Carrie's suggestion is interesting where it's a lower railing, but then you've got to deal with that transition. I think having it all be homogeneous and the same height makes a lot of sense. So given the two options, I would be fine with option A if it was natural to weather, but I actually think it's an improvement if it took up the full footprint. I'm probably in the minority of that, but those are my comments.
Okay, thanks, Joe. I need a clarification, though. Can we go to option B, please? Carrie, this is for you too. When you say the shorter rail, this is clearly they have fascia built up underneath this railing to make the interior.
Right.
You're saying eliminate that buildup and use a shorter rail, not necessarily that rail? Or are you
Right.
saying something different?
No, I'm saying a decorative rail that's not tall at all.
Okay.
And no buildup of all that formal woodwork detailing. But really, I think the simple without any railing is the best.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get clarification. Connie, I'm sorry.
If you didn't have a railing up there and there's a door to walk out, wouldn't that be a safety issue? Oh, they're windows. So how do you access that deck?
The door's around the corner.
I gotcha.
They connect.
Yeah, I definitely like the idea of the shorter decorative railing, but I'm having a hard time with that deck altogether too, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Val.
So I agree with Joe. I think option A looks more like what was there. It's just that it's so massive. I mean, I might even take it back to so there's only 2 sections. And I still think it's plenty big. If you're looking at the south and the north.
Mr. Chair, could I offer?
Thanks, Val. Hold on one
Sure.
sec, Matt. So I'm of a mind that take this to the south side, which is the interior yard side, right? By bring it down to, do we have just an elevation? Well, actually, this is a good one. So basically, from the southeastern view, which is what we're looking at, correct?
Correct.
You would have 2 sections, and then it would come over, but it would only come over 2 sections. So you wouldn't have this whole piece, and this I find the most objectionable, both from coming up and going down Stone Alley, because not only is it these 2, it's the 3 along the side. So I think eliminating that whole chunk and then bringing this in, the rest of it in a section, only 2 wide this way, whether it's natural to weather or not, I don't know. I think that would bring it down sufficiently that one, it's still useful. 2, it does appear to be more utilitarian than a party deck. 3, I think it might even eliminate the visibility from Stone Alley for much of the view unless you're down the hill looking up. And for that reason, whether it's natural to weather for me or white paint, I don't really mind. Now, you wanted to comment?
I was just going to offer a suggestion there where for whatever reason, I do like the idea of the railing wrapping around the mast, just so that's correlated to the mass. And I understand the notion of actually reducing it. One thought I was going to suggest is that the buildup that we're adding is probably about like 10 to 12 inches. So that existing gutter line is what's approved. So there's about 10 to 12 inches of subtle buildup there. I was going to suggest, would we ever consider going with natural to weather, where it runs around the perimeter, there are no caps, and it's natural to weather, so that it does. I do think that this, because it's so shallow, does read more decorative than actual railing. So I just didn't know if that would be something that the board would consider.
Matt, I think you'd have to show it to us because it's such a sensitive thing. I think where you're getting pushback on that shallow rail is not necessarily that it's a shallow rail, it's that it's on top of the built-up facade. And that changes the nature of that porch. So I'm happy to look at it again. I think, I would suggest you consider the rebating, both directions, and we could go from there.
Well, first of all, I just want to say I appreciate this. It's obviously an important structure. Is it at all possible just to kind of wrap it up quickly? Because I know that there's a big gap between meetings. If I could, I would also like to talk with the owners and see if I could get it back in a day and then maybe get heard next week or the week after,
I
if
don't
it's
have a
possible.
concern with that if we're going to move it. That'll hopefully be the last time, though.
Yeah, I think we'll have some resolution for sure.
Okay, so why don't we move it for submission by next Thursday for the following Tuesday?
Sure.
This Thursday. Are you going to turn around by this
Yeah.
Thursday?
100%.
Okay. Full and complete applications, if they don't work out that way, nothing on you, Matt. You're
Yeah.
usually very good about that. But just for staff to be clear, if they come in and they're not complete, they don't get processed.
I think Stephen's suggestion of that reduction in both directions, which avoids the interference with the fenestration on that gable end, that would go a long way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I
good
appreciate
idea.
that clarification. Val, did you want to add anything?
No, I said, oh, good idea.
Okay. Well, there you got your winner. Motion to hold for revisions.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Woo, woo. We're moving along here, folks. Boy.
7,900.
It's gone up since we sat here. Okay, that brings us to confusion.
15 North Water.
15 North Water. Ben. Regular board. Regular, unleaded.
Yeah.
Elected, alternates. When you're ready.
All right, so we are at 15 North Water tonight, formerly known as the Hussey House. It was a B&B for a very long time, originally built in 1795. Currently, the house is undergoing some much-needed repair. So if you see dumpsters and things going on there, it's no surprise. The first floor framing and foundation have undergone quite a bit of deterioration over time, moisture, vibration, tree damage, insect damage. Anyway, tonight we're in front of you for a number of kind of little bits and pieces on the house, and I can go through each one as you would like me to, but generally we are leaving the front original mass almost completely alone, and we're only really looking at the rear Ls. I could go into a very interesting history of how the house has gotten bigger and evolved over the 150 years, but I know you guys are low on time, or 250 years, but you're low on time, so unless you want a history lesson, I can skip that piece.
I think it'd be wonderful for you and while we're talking about others to include that in the packet so we can review it when we're sitting in our tub or having our dinner, looking at our tablets. But I think for this evening's festivities, we'll rely on Holly to give us a brief summary, and let's focus on the architectural details. Fair enough?
Sure. So I will walk you through the bits and pieces as they were for our proposal here. So the first thing we are requesting is a enclosure to conceal AC condensers. We are in a floodplain, so the AC condensers need to be approximately 4 feet above the current grade. And we're also, this lot has been subdivided, as you can see here. So our lot lines are very tight to the building. So we are limited on our AC locations, and we've located it on the C Street side, I guess that's the south side. And the intent is that they are concealed behind fencing that is to match existing fencing on the property. So that's an item number one. Item number two is there's an existing, very unusual negative mass double height balcony on the south elevation, which is not especially common. And we are proposing to infill the first floor of that balcony so that it's internal space. And the proposal in front of you is probably the quietest way to do it, which is just 2 windows with a centered, yeah, if you have to go down a little further to see it, excuse me. To infill with a shingled wall, two repurposed windows, and then a new French door. You will hear from Mickey, and I believe he'll say that HSAG was considering a glassed-in proposal for that space, which was very interesting to our client, my client, and I have a concept for that here at paper, but I know you guys don't want to see that. But so we are very interested in that concept per HSAG's suggestion.
Ben, why don't you just, while you have our rapt attention, tell us briefly what you mean by a glass enclosure, framed by wood, what just?
It would be more trim work painted. The trim is this kind of gray color. It would be basically a glassed-in, double hung windows, centered gable, centered French doors. But the architecture would read more like an infilled screen porch that went to glass with windows. So a little bit more. We tried to go with the least obvious approach, but we really like the glassed-in porch idea. So we are open.
Thank you.
The last thing, just to run through, we have a couple small window changes on the very rear L to reduce the size of those windows and to relocate a few. That rear L was built approximately in the 1960s, judging by CMU foundation and framing material. So those aren't historic windows, and all we're trying to do is reduce them in size slightly. And that is it. I'm hoping for any questions you guys have or any comments you guys have.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Questions first? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the Hussey House, built in circa 1795, built for Robert Brayton. And this was part of the Ross family. Sally Ross Johnson was the last owner. Actually, after she had passed away, her son allowed a couple of us to take a look at this house. So I had an inside inspection before the owners purchased it, the current owners. And I was very gracious of that. So this obviously is a historic reno with an infill porch and deck administration changes. So the existing shingles I wanted to mention to the commission, if you haven't already noticed, being down there are thick. Those are like original, and I would hope that these things are going to be preserved and retained.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah.
Yes, they were being retained, and we are also trying to source new for patching in as we need to.
Awesome.
But this house will always have those incredibly unusual shingles.
Thank you, Ben. Those are definitely some character-defining features of this structure. So the double French doors with the transom, I don't believe are appropriate for this structure. Retention of the existing fenestration obviously is most appreciative of such a aged structure. The porch steps, I understand the subdivision, understand the need to provide additional living space, but I don't think they should be wider than they need to be. Appreciate the only relocation of fenestration is actually in the contemporary rear portion. And then I had a question on, through you, Mr. Chair, to Ben, why the windows in the second and rear mass are in red? Were they being relocated? And I get that would be on this elevation. I can't get over there. Over here.
Are downsized, I think.
Those in the back, those are being downsized. They're 9/9s now. Now we want 9/6s.
As well as these?
And those are relocating. So we're going to reuse the big 12/12s and just put the new door in the center.
Thank you for that. And with that, you obviously, normally we ask for a window survey, but in this regard, if you're retaining existing to be relocated, if it can be notated as such, I think that would be
I
appropriate.
think it's labeled as an RE, and then the window schedule says reuse.
Okay.
So that's.
Just to, so it's clear, this window is being moved over there. And then I think the new deck alters the existing dwelling. It's odd in shape, and again, I understand the property's been subdivided, but I think it should be reduced in size. And then, what is the square off the gable end is a question I had. I guess it was this. So this must be where you're putting the AC units and being elevated?
That's right, yeah. So our next application is for fencing and driveway, and that fencing all gets tied in. So it is supposed to incorporate into the overall fencing of the property.
My comment on that would be, Mr. Chair, if there's any way to relocate it outside of the public view, I think it hinders the gable end. So those are just my comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Mickey, does your group have anything to add to Holly's?
Yes, we do. So, in closing that first floor in the back of that south elevation, closing just the first floor creates a sort of unusual negative mass. And Ben already mentioned, I talked to him earlier about this. He mentioned the notion of glassing it in. I'm not sure if how well that'll work, but I think it's worth exploring the concept. I mean, the idea being that it would sort of lighten that layer of the building, so it kind of helps alleviate the sort of negative mass above it. So in more details, the transom window over the French doors aren't appropriate for this building. The fence around the AC units could work if it was a little bit smaller. It just feels like it's sticking out way too far, too big an enclosure. The deck in the back, the elevated first floor deck is too big. It should be brought in a couple of feet from the corner of the building, and there's an angular section of it which feels sort of modern. That ought to be squared off. And then even if it could be done to lower the deck a riser or two, that would eliminate the need for the tall railing, sort of the guardrail height railing. So if you could lower the deck, that could be either eliminated or lowered. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Let's see, who has concerns? Angus?
So I think they've been brought up, the height of the enclosure for the mechanical, the angled large raised deck facing the street. This is just one of the issues that happens with a corner lot, is that, with the recommendations from, the guidelines, decks, French doors, all those things should be at the back of the building, and it's on the side and street facing. So my concern is the fenestration. It doesn't, I think it detracts from the significantly historic structure to have French doors and windows stacked above each other. Yeah, I think those things need to get rethought.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Bill?
Is it just me left?
Well, no,
No,
I go.
we all
Somebody
go.
else go? I'm still
Sure,
thinking.
Ray?
I can go. So to the enclosure thing, I noticed that there's two, I was getting confused because I look at the west elevation and the south elevation, and they both show two things. So either there were four or it was drawn wrong. It turns out it was drawn wrong. So they're oriented such that they are directed the long way off of the house. If they were turned so that they were more closer to the house and parallel to the house, the enclosure would get a little bit wider, but it could stand then to get like half the depth. So that might be worth looking at. My first reaction when I saw this was like, why are there 3 columns on the second floor and just one on the first floor? And it's like, it looks like, an illusion or something. So I think that there should be the same number of columns on the first floor and second floor. I think depending on the visibility and whether this glassed-in idea gets any traction, which I'd be interested in seeing, by the way, I also don't like the transoms over the French doors. And gosh, if you could eliminate that rail, either by regrading or something, that would be good. The rail on the first floor. Did I ask for this, Ben?
No, I think, is he talking about?
Oh.
I was supposed to pass across the table, so I didn't.
Okay. Let's look at this in a more formal way. I've already said what my concerns are. I've voiced them all. Thank you.
Okay. Val, you've gone. Ray, you've gone. Oh, you didn't go. Oh, that's right. You gave over to Ray. Go ahead, please.
I think everything's been said that I would have a concern with. I'm wondering if maybe the AC units could move to the rear, right where the funky corner angled deck is. I mean, I know it's by that window that's there. Maybe the window could shift or something, but it seems like it would be more out of the way. That's my only thought.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Abby?
Yes, move the AC units off that facade there, that historic, it's gonna be seen. Do you think we could reduce those 15 light, French doors to something a little bit smaller? And definitely not the transom. And, I think I'm good to go.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Ben, I'd like to see when you come back, because we do want to see the filled-in sun porch look. Just indicate, well, let me just ask, your first floor plan, is the deck, open deck in the rear expanding at all, or that's existing and that's what's proposed?
The open.
Footprint-wise?
It's expanding.
Yeah, there's no deck there now. It's just it's just what's under what we're infilling is all, otherwise.
Okay,
it's
so it is
separate deck.
expanding.
Yeah, there's no
So
current
just-
deck.
Just dash in the pre-existing area under the second floor deck and note it as such, instead of bubbling out the whole proposed deck. Because right now, there's a deck underneath the second floor porch.
Just under the balcony.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just put in a dash line to indicate that that's pre-existing, and we'll have an understanding of what's changing.
Okay.
Because in the drawings, yeah, I'm looking at this one.
Okay.
It doesn't
Yeah,
have it
that's
on
just
this
a
one.
little sample just to show you what it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. I think with all the comments, I think how I would say them and agree the most are the way Ray presented them. And the only thing I would add to that is I'd like to see the AC units located to the rear of the center of the gable. That is consistent with our guidelines. And technically, this is really the back. It's the side face of the back, but it's the back, and a lot of this is existing. I don't know if you're going to be able to get away with grade changes there. You only need to lose a step, 8 inches, to get rid of the rail, but
Right.
I don't know what your site looks like, and it's going to create problems for drainage.
Yeah, we're in a floodplain, so we can't. change
Yeah,
grade.
so everything's going to flood when it floods. Yeah, those are my thoughts. Any questions of any of us before we motion to hold for revisions?
No, but it sounds like you guys are comfortable with infilling that, hopefully in some way that everybody's comfortable with, but.
Yeah.
I would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
I move to hold for revisions.
On your motion?
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Angus, Val, and I'm an
Aye.
aye. Okay, carries unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Now on to
Said that little bit of
Landscape
landscaping.
of
the
Same.
landscape plan. Do you want to track, or you want to move forward?
It
with
has
this?
parking that we really need to know
Okay,
whether we can do or not.
let's go ahead then. I'll leave this for you to collect afterwards.
Okay.
Basically about the parking, right? You're continuing
Parking,
the
there's a little
fence
bit of
around.
fencing, but the fencing is pretty normal. It's just about the parking pretty
All
much.
right, let's just roll through it.
Okay. So, yeah, currently there is, because it's been subdivided, there's no parking, on-site parking. So, we are requesting, 2 spots off of C Street. not that it's in your purview, but one of these spots is actually being easement or being provided to number 17 North Water. But anyway, that's not part of your easement or your jurisdiction or whatever. We are suggesting a brick parking area that's in keeping with other parking areas on C Street. We are modifying the existing fencing to allow visibility coming and going, because currently it's a 5.5-foot board fence that goes all down C Street and around the corner. So we're modifying that down to 4 feet so that there will be safety visibility as best we can through the car, coming and going. And that ties in with our AC presentation. So there's some elevations of the house with the fencing, so you can kind of see how this AC surround would kind of get incorporated. I know that's might be moving anyways, but so you can at least see why the fencing is changing in this way, and it's to accommodate safety concerns with the cars.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Any questions for Ben? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first, thank you, Ben, for mentioning about the subdivision. I was curious if that was actually proposed or actually completed. The proposed driveway alters the streetscape of this 230-year-old built dwelling. The location right next to the main block, I don't think is appropriate. If the proposed fence is the same height and color as existing, no concerns, but it sounds like it's being reduced in height, which is fine. I think the color is consistent. The driveway is very large and it should be reduced in size. Again, chapter 139-20.1 of the zoning bylaw refer to that. Also would like to see a closer detail of the proposed parking spot. My understanding is going to be brick. So is it going to be running bond? That would be very appropriate, noting that the sidewalk right in front of these dwellings are in running bond, but dimensions should be indicated. I note that it does say it's 22 feet, 8 1/8 inches, too large. If we can reduce the size, that would be great, understanding that you had mentioned that there's an agreement outside of our purview, but at the same time, reduction would be great. And then I wanted to know how it connects with the existing brick and sidewalk curbing there. My recommendation would be any existing curbing, which I'm trying to remember, I walked C Street for this.
It's asphalt to grass, there's no curb or
Okay, there is none, okay, I'm just trying to remember. Basically, if there was, to have that in situ like anywhere else and have it down. But so those are my comments, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Mickey?
Yes, the parking is pretty wide. A single car width would be preferred, but understanding there are other wide spaces on C Street. But this should be reduced to as narrow as possible, like about 18 feet for minimal parking spaces. And the fence, as long as they're replacing it, it's a very tall fence. I mean, why not bring it down to a 3-foot fence as you'd normally expect to see around town? Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Let's see, concerns? Succinctly,
start.
please, and sticking to appropriate, inappropriate, and move things along.
I can start.
Please, Ray.
Okay, so, yeah, the parking is wider than it needs to be, even if it's 2 regular car spaces, let alone the 10 and 7 that you can get away with. Do you know what I mean?
So the 9, 17.
9,
9
17.
and 20 and.
Yeah,
8
yeah.
and 17.
120,
Look,
110
so
by
we can make-
21,
but we can
9 by
make it
It's
narrow.
17.
wider than, it's,
Yeah.
I think we all agree,
Yep.
it's wider than it needs to be.
Yep.
Okay, so there, that's the main
That's no problem.
concern. It is coming off of asphalt, so, just details about the brick. And I have to tell you, like, for some reason, this fence kind of goes with the architecture of this house. So I don't really know how to explain it, but the rough hewn, and I believe they're shakes, aren't they? They're not shingles. I think they're shakes.
What?
And so it's kind of more rugged feeling than, all the other houses in the neighborhood. And maybe that's why this board fence that's a little bit higher than normal seems totally okay to me. Like, and by the way, it's going to be blocking the view of the cars from the street, so that's a plus. So Other than the width of the drive, or the parking, I'm fine. Here it is.
Thank you. Let's see, Val.
Ben, the fence is gonna surround the parking and then just have a gate? Is there any way you can just eliminate that interior fencing part? Or does anybody think that that's better because it contains where the cars are? Okay. And I actually hate this fence, but I know it's there, so.
Okay.
I like the lowering of the fence all the way around instead of making it two different heights. Especially if you're rebuilding it, it would be nice, but that's my only concern.
Okay. Angus.
Yeah, I mean, the fence does seem out of character with the rest of what's going on the street and normally what would be acceptable. But when you look at some of the oldest photos in town, nearly all of the yards had higher board fences. So it's as Ray points out, it's almost calling back to the age of the house in a funny way. But it is one of those things that you walk by and like, how did that ever happen? I do like the idea of the fence obstructing the view of the cars near the main block. I would rather, I think, as was suggested, prefer for the parking not to be at the main block because it detracts from it. But I could see the challenge with trying to get in the deck and so forth. But the other thing was what Val suggested is just limiting the fence to what's on the street and not have the whole enclosure around the parking. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus. Abby?
Yeah, boy. Well, first of all, I think the driveway could be reduced. Everybody said that. I think I kind of like the consistency of the 4-foot fence going around the whole parking. I really love that fence and it just is, it's been there for so long. I would just keep it the same height and I'm fine with the brick. So just reduce the size of the parking for me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. So my thoughts are the fence is historically appropriate, sentimental notions aside of what it should be. And I think architecturally appropriate, as Ray said. I think the driveway needs to be reduced as we have consensus on. And do we want to formulate a motion?
I guess, Val, were you going to say something?
Well, I had another thought.
Go ahead.
Could it be that the fence goes, it opens and closes, so it looks like a continuous fence?
Oh, gate?
Big gate.
Gate's
Be a
going to,
really super wide gate.
and it might be difficult to implement because it's certainly not going to be able to swing open, so it'll have to slide to the sides, and that's going to
That's-
create hardware that
It's true.
it's going to look. I understand what you're trying to accomplish, but.
I was reluctant to move for revisions because it would hold you up, but you're already doing it on the house anyway, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move for revisions, minor revisions.
Did you need some direction on the parking otherwise, you said?
It sounds like just the width issue. You know, I'm saying 20, but we don't need 20.
Yeah,
We can
just
go to 18.
slim it down.
Yeah, yeah.
You'll be all right.
Yeah, and detail the parking area with the brick pattern and all that.
I mean, I'm open to patterns on the brick. I just want to know what it is when we approve it.
Okay.
That's all. You know, within reason. Okay, so Ray's motion is to hold for revisions. Ray, on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
All right, thank you, everybody.
I'm gonna sit off
Thanks,
on this
Ben.
one because I need a bath brush.
Sure. So that moves us to 1 Sandy Drive, and Carrie's representing, and Joe is sitting. Me. Carrie, your board's gonna be myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Val. And guys, no reflection on anyone, but we got to pick up some steam. We're like 21 applications into the evening. It'd be nice to get 5 of them out of the way before we leave here. We have, as Ray said, I think 7,000 left to do. Carrie, when you're ready, please start.
That helps.
Okay. So on the east elevation, we're trying to on the east elevation, we're trying to add a stair. And on the south elevation, we're trying to remove a stair and change a stair, I guess. Sorry, I'm not as familiar with this as Luke is. So on the south, he's hoping to have a friendship stair sort of centered on the door, the single door that's there, and remove the stair that's on the left. And then on the east, instead of having the stair come straight down, it's going to come along the side of the deck. Right.
Anything else?
No.
Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you remember, this was an infill in Brant Point area that you all approved, and I believe it was a modular construction. Friendship stairs are not appropriate for this infill on this type of architecture. Understanding this isn't a floodplain, it was elevated. The straight out stairs, as approved, is more appropriate, even if it's moved into the proposed location to make it more center. But the friendship stair brings a whole new type of element that really isn't appropriate for this architecture. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Mickey, does your group have anything to add to Holly's comments?
Briefly, we were sort of okay with the proposal, but Holly's right about the friendship stairs. It doesn't really work. Just, I guess, a question of visibility. So that's it.
Okay.
Could I just interject
Thank
that it is between a garage and the house, and you would only see one direction of it, so you wouldn't know that it's a friendship stair by the way it is located on the property?
Okay, thank you. And that's a future garage?
Yes, it's been approved, I believe.
It's already been approved. And is it, just for clarity, it's part of the current construction planning?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, again, it's myself, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Val. Who would like to be on?
I can go,
I
Mr.
will.
Chair.
Val beat you to it by a hair.
Okay, that's okay. She's a good girl.
I agree about the friendship stair. I think it was more appropriate when it went straight in. And it could probably go straight in to where the indoor is now at the where these two stairs meet, but yeah.
Okay. Abby?
Yeah, I was fine with it on the north elevation where it's changed. But yeah, it's odd, but especially at the top, it's a very tight at the top of the friendship stairs. So if that could be wider, I mean, if there's a garage, I'm interested in the visibility. I think I'm fine with this as presented.
You covered a lot of ground there.
Thank
Can you
you.
scroll to the site plan?
Thanks,
That
Abby.
might help.
Angus?
I much prefer the straight stair. The friendship stair just doesn't seem to work in this location. And I think that if this is going to be something that's squeezed between buildings, let's wait till the other building is there and it's landscaped and we can sort of look at it from that perspective. But until something else is there, I would prefer to see the straight stair.
Okay, thank you. Joe?
I'm okay with this as is. I think the straight stair creates tension between the house and the garage, and I think the side view is gonna be awkward. And in my opinion, the friendship stair exists usually because of minimal space. And I think given that it's on the side and you're viewing it obliquely, I think it seems like a appropriate solution to the site plan. So I'm fine with it as is.
Okay, thanks, Joe. So I'm kind of with Joe, kind of with Angus. I think the idea that this is going to be only obliquely viewed and primarily blocked by the garage brings me back to Joe's side, because obviously I trust your opinion. You're not going to misrepresent to us that the garage is going to do what it's going to do. So while it may be in some regards inappropriate, it is not, or I should say atypical. I don't think it's inappropriate given the limited visibility. What would we like to do, folks?
I could try a motion.
Okay,
It would be very simple.
that's
It would
good.
be to approve as submitted.
Okay, on your motion,
I'm an aye.
Joe,
I'm an aye.
Val,
I'm a no.
Angus,
Nay.
Ray.
I wasn't sitting on it.
Oh, you weren't?
No.
I'm sorry.
It's you.
Took a bath break. Oh, it is you.
Oh, you were on, that's right, you were at bath break. It's to me. I'm a yes. So that's 3 in favor, 2 opposed. For the record, Angus and Val were united against the friendship stare.
That's good.
That was so unfriendly.
I'm sorry. Just trying to get our blood going a little bit for the next 7 applications to whiz through. That brings us to 13 Bank Street, replace 3 to 4 windows. Is Richard with us? Okay, let's skip.
May I ask
Yeah.
Holly a question?
Please.
Is he aware of what the issue is on this? I don't know. I have not. Okay, because basically he's looking for Andersons on this old building.
Could
I
we
think
ask?
that's where-
I'd like to just, without a vote, ask Holly to reach out to him and let him know that that's not typically approved.
That's going to be the issue.
Yeah. And then we can, yeah, and we can sidestep maybe. He can
Yeah.
come back in. Thank you, Ray. That brings up Joe Topham, 22 Coffin.
I'm gonna sit off this.
Val's going to sit off that. So it's me, Abby, Angus, Carrie, and Ray. That'll be the next 2 applications. Good evening, Joe.
Good evening. Ready?
When you're ready.
So this is 22 Coffin Street, and I'm Joseph Topham for the applicant. I believe Mr. Smith is on. He is at home today, sick, so he didn't want to come and get everyone all infectious. So,
God bless him.
yeah, I think there's enough of that going around. So you all know this is on the corner of 22 Coffin Street, and it is National Registry of Historic Places said this is non-contributing, but I do know that there's a lot of character, there's a lot of, photographs of this house. It has a lot of curb appeal, but what you see right now in the red on the north elevation, that is rotten. There is no foundation underneath that section. And what happens is the storm water comes off the street, into the yard, into that floor. There's a part of the floor that I can't even go near. It cracked at one point. So he did have a carpenter go in and try and, sister on some joists, and there was nothing to attach to. So within a month, it was right back in the saggy position. So what we want to do is save the section, that red part is 1950s, and the portion to the left or the east is from 1975 that was moved to the lot. We do have, Nantucket Housing was interested, but then they backed out. But we have 2 people interested in taking that portion of the house and using it. What we're trying to do is match what's there as much as possible with a new structure. We understand where it's at, but it's just going to be too arduous for my client to, rebuild or replace anything here. So that's why we're trying to do something new. But going back to the house, this is the Vaughns and the Smiths. They've owned it since 1963. Again, it has charm, but basically I think it's the little Sanctuary lighthouses on it. So when you go and look at the new plan, that has it on there. I've had Mark McKenzie, structural engineer from the Cape, look at this.
he said it's structurally unsound, that section, so what he's gonna write a letter. I don't have that to date, but otherwise I will put that in the file once it's available. You know, we've just been trying to do everything possible to save what we could. And I think what we'll do is try to take off some of the roof boards once we get in there and maybe do a little exploratory demo. Not sure if any of those are rotten right now, but if we could save some planks off that, you know, roof structure from the 1950s section, it would be great if we could put that in there as an accent wall, or, you know, if we got enough, which I doubt we will, you know, it'd be great to do that main mass or bedroom with some of those planks. But that's basically where we're at. We understand where we're at of trying to, you know, the history of this, but it's just beyond rotten, and I do not think that's the house. So.
That's not the house.
So, yeah. So we've advertised this since April. Like I said, we've got 2 people interested, but you know, I'm not confident that anyone's going to be taking it, but if I'm holding out hope. And I'll leave you guys to your comments.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Carrie.
When you say taking it, do you mean the leftover pieces?
Just that, yeah, just the stuff you see, the shingles, and anything that's red, I think has to be demolished. Will be.
Okay, any other questions before we get staff input? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you probably all know what I'm going to say.
I do.
Don't refer to these old 1989 surveys if they say non-contributing.
I did say it was charm.
I don't, that charming has nothing to do with it. It could be non-charming and it actually be contributing. Please do not. This is why we're trying to update our historic cultural resource surveys, because these are old. They should have been updated about every 5 years. So that's one thing that the Historical Commission has been working on as we are a CLG. With that, this HDC survey does indicate that it was circa 1938. So I'm curious, 22 Coffin Street out in Sconset. So I'm curious to see where the dates that you got from.
Everything Carrie found was from 1950. And then the first survey or anything that you could see was 1955 or 56.
Yeah,
56.
and I never saw that when I was looking through her. I was wondering, because she has this survey in there and circled non-contributing, but yes, it said non-contributing because in 1989 it wasn't.
Yeah,
Right? Our
yeah.
creative significance did expand up through 1975 in 2021 with the update to the NHL. So I am concerned on that just from the different dates. I did see that there's a couple of building permits over time, but the fact that you're really leaning on that 50 timeframe and then the 75, I'm
just going
curious.
on it's rotten.
And I get
I
that.
mean, that's
And my point is, I guess, to the commission that it would be nice to kind of clarify what exactly is the 1938 section that this HDC survey says. I did also want to mention that on page 59 of Building with Sconset in Mind, it does indicate this structure as an example of mid-century ranch, and I do note that it had a contemporary addition. Appreciative of saving the older section, whatever the older section is, for housing, and it's a shame that not all of it, but I understand why with rot. I did also want to mention, which I believe was forwarded to the commission a while back, Rob Benchley and his group did provide a couple of comments. He said mentioned about the large packet, a lot of information, unnecessary, which is daunting to review, but nonetheless, let's see. He did say, he did agree with me on here, surveys provided date the original construction of the house at 1938 or before, as it's noted on the appears in the 1938 aerial photographs. As Holly makes clear every week, anything prior to 75 is contributing. The scale, materials, uses, et cetera, are all part of its contributing nature and should not be approved for demolition. The proposed new dwelling is appropriately scaled and detailed. So that is helpful. Those are the comments. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Guys, I hate to get into this, but it keeps coming up and we have to address it. I'd be remiss in not clarifying. The characterization of something being 1975 or before does not constitute the basis for a contributing structure. On the local level, a survey, the other thing is a survey is a collection of data. It's not a determination. The HDC is the authority having jurisdiction to make a determination of contributing, significant, and so on and so forth. Individually significant. The CLG, however, in concert recommends those types of status, the Historical Commission and the HDC working together for promotion to the National Register, and that is subject to review of the Mass Historical Commission, or is that it? Mass Historical Commission? MHC? Yeah, and the advancement of a recommendation from the CLG is subject to their review and either approval or denial. So we are the local historic district authority, and we make the determination whether we make it formally or informally as to whether something is contributing or not. Contributing, if we follow the Secretary of the Interior standards, are basically based on two aspects. One is integrity, of which there are 7 criteria, and significance, of which there are 4. Age is one of them. However, to be advanced to the National Historic Register as contributing, recent history, anything within the last 50 years is typically not included. That's just the facts. So I think we just need to be cautious about what we are considering contributing, what we're considering significant, what we're considering individually significant. And this is an opportunity to point that out. On the merits of the application or additional information we're going to require, again, the board is myself, Abby, Angus, Carrie, and Ray. Who would like to begin?
I can.
Ray.
I cheated. I went to the next application, which is for the new building. And if, for those of you that have done that, it bears an uncanny resemblance to the existing building, which I think we can all admit is, or say, proclaim is very, very charming. There are a lot of similarities. So I feel more comfortable about letting that building go, knowing that something very similar to it is going in its place. I mean, that is not to say that I would approve this just the way it is. In fact, like this roof, the new building has 8 and 12 roof pitches, which is generally where we like our minimum to be. But the existing building has 7 and 12 roof pitches, which is more typical of that sort of, who called it a mid-century ranch?
That was Wisconsin.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. So, ranch houses have very low roof pitches, and I mean, it's pretty obvious to me that Joe is trying to, preserve the intent of this building. So, I do understand how some buildings like this, they rot, and I happen to own one. The floor is falling into the cellar. So yeah, I get it. So I think I'm okay with it. That's all I
Okay.
have to say.
Thank you, Ray. Let's see.
I could probably go after Ray, because I also took a peek at the next application.
Go ahead.
Okay, so, this house, I've looked at it for years and always thought, how the heck do people live in it? It is the tiniest little house, I think, on the face of the earth. It's just, and, yeah, and I appreciate the redesign, but keeping the first floor and the Sankey windows, and I do think the little sort of shed dormer, shed roof over the front door is a bit odd. I think that could be a little more centralized. And I'm just citing it, just looking at how you cited it on the plan here. I'm just I guess it's okay. I am looking ahead. The driveway on the far left is giving me pause, but
Abby, I'm gonna roll you back on that. So you're good on this at this point?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
I was actually thinking that the bigger mass might have just been a cape, a single-story cape, and not the ranch. It seems like the ranch was added on, the red part was added on later.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it, because I also cheated and looked ahead. I think it's sad. I do have somebody who might be interested in taking that main mass. Is it
Come.
in decent shape?
The picture window on the front is rotten, so there's definitely gonna be some upgrading, but
But
yeah.
the framing's okay?
Yeah,
All
for what I
structure-
could see, and then there's a new foundation underneath there, so for what I could see from the basement, yeah, it's in great shape.
Well, have them call you.
All right, you guys forward straight later. Anything else, Gary?
No, I'm good.
All right, Angus?
So I have looked at the proposed structure and, with everything that's being built, I appreciate the low scale, but we're not looking at a blank lot. We're looking at a building that parts of it could predate 1938, which, makes it nearly 100 years old. And I can't not hear and respect the comments from our preservation planner and the comments from Wisconsin Advisory. So I do have issues with getting rid of what's there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Angus. So Joe, I get it. I got an 1890s home in central New York where the floor fell apart underneath our feet, and some of it didn't, and what could be restored was restored. Historically correct, of course, and all technically historic preservation manners. But this structure for me is, well, we'll jump ahead because we did that. I think typically when we have a structure that has some sense of character that we all appreciate, that if it's can be moved or demolished, or if it has to be moved or demolished, we typically look for to replicate or pay homage to the profile, and you're doing that, and we'll make sure you do that. I think if there is a chance this house is older than we think, that we need to resolve that. I think that a little more documentation as to the extent of rot is important. But on its face, taking what's been presented to me this evening, well, I prefer obviously to, keep everything looking perfectly as it's been for the last 100 years, 50 years, 25 years. Great, but people have property rights, and this is not a structure that is protected, and it is a structure that has structural damage, and you would not, well, I'll leave it at that. I think we're going to look for a little bit more information,
We can do that.
documentation,
We can do that.
and
And I'll submit Mackenzie's letter when I get that as well.
Pardon me?
The structural engineer, like, if you want that letter, I can submit that as well.
yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, just let's have we'll just finalize the packet.
Yeah.
And then, so get a motion to hold for more information.
Information, so moved.
On your motion, Ray?
Aye.
Abby,
Yes, I.
Carrie,
Yes.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that's unanimous. And then, Joe, do you guys want to jump into the next application, or do we want to track it? What do we want to do?
No, we should definitely look at it.
I mean, if you can give me some quick comments, I mean, that way I can come back with everything as.
Yeah, let's do quick comment. I think that's beneficial for everyone.
Yeah.
Gives us an opportunity to see it. And given that it seems like a general consensus was that if there was, the information you provide pans out, then this is going to proceed, so it's worthwhile.
Yeah, the scale below 7,000.
Yeah, let's get it rolling. Let's go right to elevations, please. Brandon, you want
Does Holly want to comment on the new design?
to? Not yet. He's going to introduce it, and then we'll ask questions. and then Holly
Got
gets
it.
to go.
Okay, yeah.
So this, hopefully, will be the new house. What we really try to do is mimic as much of the existing structure as possible. The one thing we did do is that main mass or central mass got a little bit taller. But I really struggled to keep the width and the height, but I will if I could drop all these pitches down to 7-pitch. The one thing that may be a little bit tight is that bathroom wart to the east. I just don't want to hit that ridge, but I will try and do that. So I may be 7.5 at 7.3 or 7.25 to get that pitch. But what I try to do was, as someone came around, around the corner and looked at the house, that they really couldn't see much of a change, and that it is, beckoning back to what's there now. And I really tried to maintain as much of the proportions, the detailing with the shutters, et cetera. The one thing is just that covered porch. We were trying to have some way to keep the rain off. That's just one thing where, Mr. Smith comes home and it's on his head. I know we can take care of it with a gutter, but he was just hoping to have a space where he can come out, take off his shoes, and then go inside of his new home. So, and basically that's it.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the new dwelling size and scale resembles the existing. I think it's appropriate, to Joe's point about the entry, maybe carry that across the front. I don't know, something to think about. I did want to mention, I guess, this is located within the Sconset Old Historic District, I believe. I think it's right on the edge. I've noticed that there's SDLs being requested. I just wanted to mention that the profile is important. So that's all.
Thank you, Holly. Appreciate it. Who would like to go?
I can go.
Right.
I have very little.
I'll
to
go.
say. Oh, let me just hammer out just two other things, Abby. Joe, I get what you're saying about the 7 and 12. It was just a thought. Just, to bring it back more to where it is. And the only other thing that strikes me is like the single shutter thing on the two windows is like having shutters on like a bay window or something we all know is fake. You can't shutter a bay window, so we're usually against that. But this house has that. But then the single shutters on the wall-eyed windows, I think is like a bridge too far. So,
Are they two paneled like sandwich?
well, maybe they are, but I mean, it just looks odd to me. I mean, you just never see that. Other than that, I mean, it's a very, very charming building. So that's all I have to say.
Abby?
So, Joe,
Yes.
if you were to go up Coffin Street towards Burnell and look to the left, there's a little house called Windy Knoll. I know it really well, and it's so apropos of this one. And it does have, like Holly said, it has that shed porch going all the way across, and there's a porch. It's about this sort of scale, and you might get some ideas from looking at that. Worth a peek. Anyway, that's what I would say too, is that porch looks a little odd. And the symmetry there's a lot of symmetry here, so I would continue that right across. Otherwise, I don't have any problem with the proposed.
Thanks, Abby. Carrie?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to the porch running all the way across. I do think you could go to a 7-pitch, and then on the little bathroom shed wing, just drop that plate to 7 feet. So
could do
that
that.
plate is a little lower than the main plate, and then you could also do that to the porch. So those run across just to give it that smaller scale, because this house is quite a bit bigger than the original. But if you kept it, I mean, I appreciate that you've kept it as low as it is now, but you could even go a little more specific to what was there.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Carrie. Angus?
I agree with what's been said. I would much rather, and I don't know if we're reviewing this now, but the parking, I'd rather have that go too deep alongside the house rather than parking going in front of the house. And I agree with the porch going across and the shutters. And the overall scale is reminiscent of what's existing. That's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just to Angus's point, If I did like cobble in front of the house with that, just somewhere to turn around, because I can't back on the street. I mean, he does it now and it's illegal, and that's kind of a hot corner.
Just a pull off.
Yeah, just somewhere you could pull off, to have cobblestone or some padding with grass or something.
Put something in the drawings, we'll look at it.
All right, I want to get a point.
Check on the roof pitches. I'm not adverse to the small porch. I think it gives you a chance for more natural light in what's probably gonna be the living room. The bifold or single shutter with the wall-eyed windows doesn't work. It's just not appropriate. I think, if you can sneak those in a little bit, even if the shutter just barely touches the corner board, it's fine. I'm also not, well, given the symmetry, I won't say what I was gonna say, which is cottage corners on one of those gables. So we'll get a motion, right?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
let's see, Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. All right, folks, we
Thank you,
have
everyone.
like 3 minutes. Do we wanna just take a look if we have minutes? We got the minutes of March 19th, and any comments? Got a motion to approve?
Motion.
On your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
I'm abstaining, I haven't reviewed this.
okay, Val?
The same.
The same abstain?
Okay, I'll vote in favor. So those carry, 3 in favor, 2 abstentions. Next meeting, believe it or not, is June 11th, a Tuesday at 4 PM. Oh. TJ. Yep. Go ahead, TJ.
He was,
Well, he was 8 New Mill Street.
Not working, yeah. Okay, well, TJ, you were a little garbled up. It sounds like there's a transmission issue. If you want to, please reach out to Holly in the office. Otherwise, we will see you next Tuesday when we reconvene. It is 8:28, and my goal is, throughout the year, is we shave 2 minutes off the meeting
what a
time.
fantastic idea.
Thanks, everyone. Motion to adjourn.
Wait.
Oh,
So moved.
Mr. McLaughlin.
So moved.
We'll just do it local.